going to need to tee up the phone call for me because I don't have access to that here.
Yeah, so we're going to go to Andy on line 2. Andy has been on hold the longest. So, hello, Andy. Are you there?
Hey, good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. All right, do you know the answer to the stupid question?
Vixen?
Yeah! Vixen it is!
You got it right, and we are going to set him up with a 4-pack of tickets from Fandango to see the movie Scream, which is opening on Friday.
Preston, where does the band Vixen fall in your fandom during the time they were around? It was an all-girl group, right?
Very low, yeah. They were kind of, even though they were the all-girl metal band, they were kind of late in the glam rock scene, I thought, and I thought they were okay. I didn't really wig out on them. Jackie Bam Bam could tell you every member of the band, what they're up to today, and their entire catalog, I'm sure. But yeah, they weren't high on my radar. All right, speaking of metal and all that stuff, Lily James told the magazine Porter on Monday that she tried to talk to Pamela Anderson prior to portraying her in Hulu's Pam and Tommy. Us Weekly reports that she wasn't able to get in contact with Anderson. She said it was really hopeful that she would be involved, and I wish it had been different. She said, my sole intention was to take care of the story and to play Pamela authentically. She said that I've never worked so hard. I read the books that she had written. I read her poetry. I can parrot along to her all of her interviews. But the series has been criticized by some for focusing on Pam and Tommy's sex tape. In May of last year, Courtney Love wrote about the leaked video on Facebook and said, "It destroyed my friend Pamela's life utterly." She said, "My heart goes out to Pammy," and she put some heart emojis there.
Oh, that's adorable.
Further causing her complex trauma and shame on Lily James, whoever the F she is.
So
she wrote.
The coming attractions look very good. And they're taking this moment and the way that the movie is positioned is, and they make note of it in the trailer. This is at the beginning of social media. This is at the beginning of YouTube. This is the beginning of sharing things online. And so that is what I'm gathering from the whole thing. That's it. And I think there's a point at which she says dozens of people are going to see this, not realizing that it's going to be that much more. It was certainly impactful, but it was a moment in time. And it seems like they're going very much in the satirical vein with this. I mean, they're telling the story, but they're making it a comedy. Do you get that when you see the trailer?
Yeah, totally. Had there, Steve, I'm trying to remember, had there been any sex tape scandals leading up to that, or was that the first one?
Remember? Does Kim Kardashian predate that?
No, this was like late 90s.
I don't think so.
This was the first one. This was the first really big one, certainly among celebrities. I mean, there was no social media.
There
was no YouTube. This was like the nascent stages of the internet.
Yeah.
So it was prior to all of that type of stuff.
This was VHS.
Yeah, and so like and I think, Steve, you're absolutely right. I think that they're using that sort of as the flashpoint in the movie. And then it really seems to me like just from the trailer, they make Pamela Anderson a really sympathetic character.
Yeah, absolutely. Because they're listen, and Lily James, there are points in the trailer where you're like, Jesus, that looks exactly like Pamela Anderson. I mean, she's nailing it.
Yeah, she looks fantastic.
As did Tommy Lee.
Agreed. Let's see. How about this? This is a weird little happenstance. On Tuesday, Martha Stewart took to Instagram to share a photo of herself with Saturday Night Live star Pete Davidson, who she ran into at Nobu, Malibu, along with Queer Eye star Antoni Porowski. According to E! News, Stewart mentioned in the caption that Davidson was, quote, having dinner with friends. No, not Kim Kardashian. And she also said he was, quote, a cute guy with painted fingernails. So maybe Martha and he will get a thing going on. That would be...
Yeah, quite possibly. He's dating everybody else. Where does he stand? Do we know in his, because he is removing all of his tattoos, and I wonder where
Good question.
Yeah,
I haven't seen any updates on that. So I'm doing some endorsing with Removery, the tattoo removal place, and it takes about maybe a year or so to get a tattoo fully removed.
Just like one.
Oh wow!
And he's tatted up like crazy.
Yeah, you can go in and get the treatments don't take very long at all, but then you have to wait like 6 weeks between each treatment, and it slowly disintegrates into your bloodstream.
I got you.
Flushes out.
All right.
Or into your body, and it flushes out. So it's going to take a while before that happens.
Yeah, but it's not necessarily. I don't think, Steve. It's the amount of tattoos. It's probably more according to surface area than anything else.
Okay. So Preston, going through it, I'm fascinated by the fact that they can do this. It always seemed like you got it for life. When they do it, can they cover a large area with this removing laser?
I don't know. They might not be able to do that. And I know they want to start small with me. In fact, I've got to make sure I get in and start doing that. And they may want to start with some small ones first. I don't, because I mean, it's after all, it's a laser that's on your skin. So I don't know if they want to treat like a huge area or not. And the interesting thing is as well, the lighter colors sometimes can't be eradicated. The dark stuff, no problem. But the yellows and whites.
Yeah, I think it's all based on color.
Is it?
Yeah. Like not so much how big it is. It's that color because it's attracted to the dark color. So that black ink will probably come out better.
So Kathy, you had that Knotfest tattoo removed from your shoulder?
No, but you know what? But I did the laser hair removal, and it's the same thing with hair. If you have darker hair, that's more likely to go away quicker than the lighter hairs.
Well, that's funny. You would think it'd be the other way around, but okay, cool.
Yeah. All right. According to court documents obtained by E! News, Black China's legal team will be able to depose Kris Jenner, Kim Kardashian, Khloe Kardashian, and Kylie Jenner as part of an assault and battery lawsuit that her ex, Rob Kardashian, filed against her in September 2017. Some of this stuff is starting to come back up.
You could have stopped this story at Black China has a legal team, and that would have been amazing enough.
I forgot about all this stuff. The court ruled against the family's motion to quash the deposition subpoenas. However, the depositions will be limited to 2 hours for each member. And I haven't uttered the name, well, actually, I didn't say Caitlyn Jenner. I guess she's not involved in it.
Leave me out of this.
Kim and Khloe and Kylie are
enough of this. The funny thing is that Black China makes Rob Kardashian look like Patrick Stewart. I mean, she is so off the radar and she's not even a Z-level celebrity, but she manages to hang on and make money.
Her attorney, Lynn Ciani, said China will be permitted to question all 4 individuals despite their objection to the trial court that they are too busy running billion-dollar companies to comply with China's subpoenas. The trial court agreed with China that Kris, Kim, Khloe, Kylie are not above the law, and they must respond under oath to questions by her attorney.
Well, China has a business going. She dresses as Elmo and stands in front of Grauman's Chinese.
I hear those people make more
money.
They make
a lot of money, yeah.
Rob's legal battle with China continues to be a family affair as of February 2022. Trial looms of Rob assault and battery allegations against his former fiancée, but the attorneys say that they filed court papers on December 14th asking for a Los Angeles judge to quash the subpoenas requested by China, whose real name is Angela White, but more than likely that's not going to happen. In a recent interview with the New Yorker, search party star Aaliyah Shawkat, and I had to look her up, and I did know her. She was on Parks and Rec. She was in the movie Whip It. She's been in a few things. Freckles, really cute.
Yes, yeah.
She opened up about the moment in 2020 when she was rumored to be dating Brad Pitt. She said it came in hot and left as fast as it came in. It happened during COVID, and I was alone with it, and it was so weird. Now it's like a weird dream where I'm like, did that happen? Meanwhile, she said, Brad didn't seem to know anything about it. She said he had no awareness of it at all, which is so funny because he doesn't read anything, and meaning social media and tabloid stuff.
Yeah.
She said, I was like, everyone thinks for dating, and there's this whole thing, and I'm being followed. And he was like, yeah, I'm sorry, it happens. If you hang out with me, that's what happened. She said he had no awareness of it at all. And she shared a funny story about her grandmother finding out. She said, the other day I was at my grandmother's house, my father's mother. She's been in this country for over 30 years and still barely speaks English, an Iraqi Muslim woman. She's sitting there watching her Turkish soap opera, and next to her is this old gossip magazine with Brad's face and my face in a small circle, and it says, Brad's new girl. And then on the inside, it's an old Instagram photo of me and my friends at dinner, and it was like all about Aliyah. and this whole made-up story about how we were healing each other by spending time together. I looked at my grandmother like, why do you have this? And she said, it's you and this movie star, and it's your face, and I was embarrassed by it. I told her, or she was embarrassed.
Oh, okay. So the grandma kept it, and she's embarrassed by it?
He said, I told her that she had to throw it away, and she laughed. Isn't that a funny?
That's a heck of a story. Listen, go ahead, Case.
I don't know who this chick is.
You do know her. You would know her if you see a picture.
I'm looking,
Okay.
and I'm like, I don't know who she is. And
Did you ever watch Arrested Development?
a little bit.
She was maybe on Arrested Development, so she was on every season of that. She's really adorable.
Yeah, I'm a little bit upset that Preston knows who somebody is and I don't.
You would. So you. She was the Michael Cera had a crush on her, correct?
Yeah, and they were
relatives.
They were cousins,
Yeah.
and then they found out that they weren't cousins, and so it was sort of a Sam and Diane of will they, won't they, the entire series. But yeah, she's great. There was a point in Arrested Development where she ended up playing her own grandmother in order to get a place to live, and so she like put in these fake teeth and dentures. She's a talented actress.
Yeah. All right, let me see what else here. By the way, I'm digging deep for entertainment news today.
That's okay. If you run short, take us on a tour of the bedroom again.
I could do that.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm broadcasting from home, and so is Kathy. If you're just tuning in, we'll explain that again in a little bit.
Kathy, are we going to get a tour of your bedroom as well, or no? She might have stepped
She
away.
left.
Yeah.
All right,
Preston, people are asking on the YouTube stream and on the text board if you are in fact wearing pants.
if I'm wearing pants,
Yes.
we'll save that for later.
Keep them
right,
guessing.
According to CBS News, former American Idol star Clay Aiken
Yeah.
is running as a Democrat for North Carolina's 6th congressional district.
This is the second time he's doing this, right?
Correct. Yeah, he announced the news on Monday, saying, "These days, my life looks a lot like yours, more like yours than Justin Bieber's. But one thing that has never changed for me is how much I love my home state. North Carolina is a place where I first discovered that I had a voice, and it was a voice that could be used for more than singing." Yes, he ran for a congressional seat in North Carolina in 2014, but he was defeated by Republican Renee Elmers. So he is going to take a shot at it again. Steve, I know this is going to come to a shock to you, but Netflix's bet to see whether TikTokers can become reality TV stars is already looking rocky after two of the influencer stars of Hype House publicly criticized producers of the series. So Larry Merritt, who goes by Larry online and has over 25 million TikTok followers,
Jesus.
told fans on Friday that the day that the series premiered, the producers made up a false narrative that he had attended a party after having tested positive for COVID-19. Merritt addressed the show while streaming on Twitch, saying watching it made him want to cry. He said, "I do not claim any energy from the Hype House show. I did not go to any parties with COVID." So he's not claiming any energy.
He doesn't claim any energy from it, like a pro does.
Yeah.
So the show details the drama of its casts online and personal lives by following the remaining members of the once buzzy TikTok creator collective Hype House, a group of 9 influencers living in a $5 million Los Angeles mansion focused solely on creating content and building their social media careers. Such houses have become mainstays of the online creator community, which has grown rapidly in recent years and often thrives on arguments or rivalries among the creators.
So what?
Another star named Chase Hudson. So this is where it gets a little shocking.
All right, I'm already pre-shocked. Yeah.
Said Saturday on a live stream that even though he had a producer credit on the show, he had no idea that he would be portrayed as a villain. Netflix isn't the first to be accused of manipulating reality for a reality show. Many popular reality TV shows have been known for creating sound bites and creating villains by editing audio in a practice known as frankenbiting.
What? What? Reality shows do this? Of course they do this.
But it is unfamiliar territory for influencers who have long held power over editing their own videos.
Yeah.
They've never had anybody else go, and they film all this stuff, and then they send it off to the editors, chop it up, and go, here it is. And so they've never had that happen before. So it's weird to them.
So stop and think about, is there a case of someone who is an influencer or someone who is of this group, whether it be YouTube or TikTok or whatever, who has been able to carry over onto what is a a Hulu show or a major platform show and have any level of success.
JoJo Siwa is probably
to some level.
To some level, yeah. It's all to some level. But you guys, didn't you do an event? What was it, at the TLA or the Truck at the one time for social media stars, quote unquote stars? Was that? Am I misremembering?
YouTubers, yeah.
And they had a live event, and it doesn't. Those types of things do not at all translate to live events
because they don't know how to act in front of an audience.
Yeah.
And what might be amusing in a 2-minute TikTok video or even a longer form YouTube video when an audience is paying top dollar to come in and watch you do something, it's just not the same.
So there's those hot sisters, I think, that are dancers or something.
Yes,
like that.
yeah, they have a show on Hulu. I wonder how that show is doing. It's what the hell is the?
They started as influencers, right?
Yeah, the one sister did, and then the second sister became an influencer. I mean, they've got something like 15, 16 million followers. It's crazy.
But it's interesting because, I don't know. I don't really want to get so involved that I need to take sides. But at the same time, I don't. You have been giving everybody else a false narrative as to who you really are. You can edit these things and make you look like you're
right.
This angel or this wonderful person. Maybe these editors or these producers are going, oh no, you're a piece of trash, and you're you're portraying yourself.
Well,
who knows?
When you lose control over your image, that's what they're reacting to. But it is kind of funny that someone else wants to do it now.
Yeah.
Yep.
I guess maybe Bo Burnham.
Story. I'm sorry. I thought this was pretty interesting, and this does involve Bo Burnham. Believe it or not.
Oh wow.
Okay.
So. The house that anchored the 1984 horror classic A Nightmare on Elm Street has been sold after nearly 3 months on the market. It went for $2.98 million. Despite the nightmarish movie ties, the house can be seen as a dream home, 3 bedrooms, 4.5 bath, along with a pool and a guest house. God, that's almost $3 million.
Did you?
For 3 bedroom, 4.5 bath.
Wow.
Did you, when you remember when Nightmare on Elm Street came out, did you see it on its initial release? Years ago? Yeah. And to me, even though I'm a massive fan, the house itself, just the front of it is kind of what you saw, the front porch.
That's it. It was just for the exterior. So it's a beautiful Dutch colonial with a modern twist, according to the listing on Realtor.com. The house sits just off Sunset Boulevard in L.A., a few blocks away from the legendary Chateau Marmont Hotel. A Whole Foods is also nearby.
Oh, that's convenient.
We're down the street from the Chateau Marmont and the Whole Foods.
How does this involve Bo Burnham?
Well, I'll get to that.
Okay.
While director Wes Craven set his film in the small town of Springwood, Ohio, he filmed the exterior shots in Hollywood in the neighborhood of Spalding Square. And the LA Times noted that the area's lack of palm trees and quaint vibe have often made it a favorite for directors that are shooting movies and TV shows set in small town USA. There's no palm trees. It looks like a generic, like Midwest neighborhood or something like that. So the iconic house isn't just a place of horror. It is the location of Bo Burnham's Inside solo musical comedy special.
Wow.
So that's where Bo Burnham filmed that. And I guess they have a little, I don't know if it's a pool house out back or whatever, but that is where, they're the guest house. That's where he did that from. So,
he's, by the way, Bo Burnham is really good in Promising Young Woman. If you see that movie, he's a good actor. He's a really good actor. And that
did he, well, he directed, what did he direct? 8th Grade. That's what he directed.
Right.
So he's, and I've not seen that, Steve. I know you said Promising Young Woman is one of those movies that kind of sticks.
Absolutely. Really, really good.
And it's Jeffrey Bezos' birthday today, so I think we should celebrate that as well.
There we go.
Jeffrey Bezos. Are we playing the song?
No, you won't be able to hear it.
Then never mind.
All right.
I'm not allowed to.
All right, so the Oscars. Craig Earwich, president of Hulu Originals and ABC Entertainment, announced that there will be a host for the Oscars this year. Entertainment Tonight reports that the last person to host the Oscars was Jimmy Kimmel. That was in 2018. Kevin Hart was scheduled in 2019, but those plans fell through after some old tweets resurfaced. There was no host in 2019, 20, or 21. The 94th Oscars will be held on Sunday, March 27th. They'll be broadcast on ABC, but no word on who they're considering.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure we need a host. A, B, the days of it mattering and a lot of people dialed in. I think that's over. I think it still means something. But the Golden Globes were basically done in somebody's basement, with no coverage. They still happen. The awards were issued. And we move on. I'm not sure. Maybe this is the final erosion of this glut of award shows that happens at the beginning of the new year. Because I hate it because I'm the one that usually ends up watching all of them just to get an eyes on what happened, and it's too much.
It gets old after a while.
Yeah,
a couple of them, and I'm good. And that's enough. But they have 5 or 6 of them. Let's see, just a couple more quick things. According to Deadline, Parks and Recreation star Aubrey Plaza will be joining the cast of White Lotus for its 2nd season.
I heard that was great. Anybody else watch that?
I watched 2 episodes.
Yeah,
is it good?
You like it?
It didn't grab me.
Okay.
But I didn't hate it either.
Do they need an Aubrey Plaza, you think?
Well, you never heard from having an Aubrey Plaza.
Yeah.
But who do you call it? The chick that Mr. Skin likes. I was going to go with Dr. Skin.
That we all love.
Yeah.
Daddario?
Yes, Alexander Daddario. She's in it, and I didn't realize. I had stopped watching before they showed her boobies. So.
Do you remember we had her in the studio, Preston? Do you remember that when we had Alexandria Daddario in the studio for Percy
Vaguely.
Jackson?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Yes.
Yep.
I literally commented on her eyes because they are gorgeous, and I felt like a boob afterwards because
how could you not?
But everybody has, and
Yeah.
I'm like, I guess I'm not the first person to say it, but they are so strikingly beautiful, and she's got a great rack.
The second installment of the series will take place at a different White Lotus property, not in Hawaii, and will follow a different group of vacationers. From the original cast, it is rumored that Jennifer Coolidge will be returning. And then one last thing, Deadline reports that Sharon Stone will be joining the cast of The Flight Attendant for its 2nd season. Kayla Cuoco, who plays Cassie Bowden on the show, posted a photo of herself with Stone to Instagram Tuesday, writing, "Well, I can finally share the news. Hi, Mom. I love you." And she wrote, Sharon Stone, seriously, what life am I living? Stone will play Cassie Bowden's estranged mother, Lisa. So she is going to be on board on that show.
All I hear is good things about that show. So,
as far as the clips go,
I got 'em.
You're going to have to take care of that. All right?
Okay. A man mourning the death of his wife and a woman hiding a terrible secret are forced to work it all out in A Wolf Like Me. And here Isla Fisher talks about what drew her to the role.
Without giving any spoilers away, it was a great kind of metaphor for the baggage that we bring into a relationship and how it's really like sort of jumping off a cliff, falling in love. You literally sort of pass on your happiness and hopes onto this other individual and their vision of how, they perceive you.
I want to see you naked.
All 6 episodes of A Wolf Like Me will start streaming on Peacock tomorrow.
you forget she has that accent. Yeah. Yeah, because has she used that in a movie? I don't think so. I've never heard her speak with her actual accent.
No, I have never. No.
Yeah.
And what accent? Where is she? Where's her from?
I guess is she Australian?
Okay.
I think so.
Yeah.
All right. Next clip. Set after the events of The Suicide Squad, HBO's Peacemaker continues the story of the peace-loving soldier. And in this clip, Chukwudi Awuji plays Clemson Mern, he shares. I can't believe I actually said the guy's name right. Chukwudi Awuji plays Clemson Mern, shares who he thought should have gotten his part, and this is the clip.
I got an email from my wonderful agents saying, look at these sides for this project with James Gunn and all that. And I looked at the sides; it was just 3 pages. And I looked at it, and I was like, well, I saw the breakdown for the character. I was like, I'm never going to get this. Why don't they just go hire Lance Henrik or someone? That's who should be playing this, and stuff. But then I read the material, and it was so hilarious.
Shut the f*** up! The first 3 episodes of The Peacemaker will be coming to HBO Max tomorrow.
There was a time in Hollywood where they would forcibly make you change your name to something, and I think it's good that people can have their actual. Schwarzenegger was such an anomaly that he said, no, I want to keep the name. Everyone all over the place told him to change his name.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Was that character's name? Did you say Clemson Mern?
Clemson Mern.
Okay.
And the actor's name is Chukwudi Awuji.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds Judy, I can't say it.
Chakudi. Judy Garland.
That sounds better than Clemson Mern. I don't know what that is. All right. That is it in the entertainment report. So things sound a little bit different today. We have changed things up a little bit because of, obviously some little illness going around these days. And so my family, we have a case of it here in the house. So out of caution, I'm staying here. Everybody but one of my family members tested negative, but Dr. Mike says since we live together, best to hang out for 5 days, do another test, see if everything's clear while we're quarantining, while we have our member quarantining in the house. And so we're following doctor's orders. And Kathy has been out. She's had coronavirus for the past week or so, is on the mend, feeling better. It's a wonderful thing. Can you hear me at all, Kath? I don't know if you're there.
I can hear you. I don't know if you guys can hear me or what microphone I'm using at this point.
We can hear you.
I can hear you. So today's a little bit of an anomaly. I found out late last night that it wouldn't be coming in. Fortunately, had a couple pieces of equipment here at the house that were able to allow me to at least kind of rig this, and we can do somewhat of a broadcast today. Tomorrow we'll have more permanent setup at our homes to make it sound a little bit better. So we're dealing with that, but it is all good.
It's all good, and I'll explain at some point, Preston, why I lost this whole train of texts that you guys were engaged in last night.
Yeah.
And what I found out about cooking oil. Yes.
I want to find out about that, too. I only heard the Cliff's Notes. So.
Okay.
So we'll take a break. We'll come back in a second. We got guests and stuff going on today. We'll see how that goes. But nonetheless, it is a Wednesday morning that we share together. Secret text word, tell you about that in a moment. Back in a second on 93.3 WMMR. I did see this article, and believe it or not, it's from Cosmos, from Cosmopolitan Magazine.
That's all we read.
The most popular horror movie the year you were born.
Ooh, okay.
And this was kind of a bitch slap to you emotionally, wasn't it, Preston?
It starts 2 years after I was born.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's a fire drill.
We have a flashing strobe in the studio, that's why. 1991 was Silence of the Lambs.
Yes.
I don't consider it a horror movie, but many do. So it was more suspense and...
Thriller.
And thriller, yeah, exactly.
It's a thriller. Scary. Pleasure to meet you, Dr. Lecter. I'll be working closely with you.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. Let me out. Let me out. What's the problem? Let me out of here.
They finally found the thing that broke Lecter.
Just found your great cellmate.
Yeah.
Dr. Lecter. Holy Jesus. We're going to become fast friends. Oh, my God. What are you?
He's pounding on the glass.
Let me out!
He's trying to get to that opening where they put the food.
Why? Wait, what's wrong? I'm going to let my gloves dry out here on the end of the bed.
You didn't want to play quid pro quo with him?
Nothing, nah. Yeah. I got a better game, Twister.
Oh, my God. Well, 1991, it was the #1 horror film.
Let's play Pictionary.
1993. All right, here you go again. 1993. But I guess it would all depend on what was out that year. Go ahead. You want to guess?
You're not going to say Jurassic Park, are you?
No.
Okay.
No. But it was Fire in the Sky.
Wait, what was 92?
Did I skip 92?
I think so.
Turner and Hooch.
It's not on here. The Mystery Year, 1992.
What? They just skipped it?
Yeah, that's interesting.
It was a movie called Hannibal and Michael.
Oh,
let me out!
What is that music?
Oh no! Oh, you lead a deranged life.
Well, Candyman.
I once ate a census taker's liver with some fava beans and Chianti. I once had a Boy Scout Jamboree party at my house the entire weekend. Holy Christ. And it tasted good.
Oh, my God.
I sauteed them with Jesus juice. I change diapers on my monkey every day.
Oh,
Holy Christ. And I pitch some bottles and leave them around the house. And my nose comes off. Get me out of here!
I mean,
I'm 40 years old and I have parties for 9-year-old boys. Holy Jesus! Why? Let me out!
my God.
We're gonna have such fun.
Can you do that list again? Because seriously, when you list it like that, oh my God.
Hey, Mamas, I change the diaper on my monkey every day. I piss in bottles. I have an entire staircase as a tribute to Home Alone. I bounce Emmanuel Lewis up and down on my lap all throughout every award show.
Oh.
I drink Jesus juice. My nose comes off. I used to be black. And I made my kids wear Mardi Gras masks. And have a train, but a real one.
Lecter admits everything. He just,
I will tell you right now how you can get in touch with Buffalo Bill. I have address.
I have his whole
Exact
address.
longitude and latitude.
Oh, God. Oh, man.
Get me out.
Nice to meet you, Dr. Lecter. Oh, my God.
We're going to be good friends.
Corn has launched its new coffee brand called Corn Coffee.
Corn Coffee.
Yes.
It's a great name.
Corn
If
Coffee.
you like the driven rock of corn, you'll love their coffee.
Corn personally curated the creation of Corn Coffee.
Yeah, that's good.
Let's see how many K sounds I can put in there. Corn personally curated the creation of Corn Coffee, a process that saw the band members tasting multiple variations for ultimately selecting the perfect roast and blend.
Yeah, that one.
Each bag of Corn Coffee will feature a special message from the band, which reads, after almost 25 years of touring, making records, and playing in front of all of our amazing fans,
we still drink coffee.
One thing has remained a constant in our daily routine.
Lattes!
I was not expecting that.
I know.
Lattes! No, it says coffee. The ritual, the brew, the aroma. And most importantly, that very first cup every morning that sets the tone is something that we look forward to every day.
Well, this is interesting. We're actually watching footage of them sampling the various brews.
Yeah. It says, because of our passion, we've gotten together with a roaster and handcrafted our very own blend, coffee. It's called Corn Coffee.
Next up, Corn Licorice.
Corn recently began recording its new album in Nashville, Tennessee, by the way, but now they have Corn Coffee.
That's part of waking up is corn coffee in your cup.
That's right. Yeah, cup. This is...
cup.
Always at the ready.
Yeah, a couple.
We need to have Nick coffee or something like that.
Yeah.
Have a cup. Have a cup.
This is our new
Yeah, a
blend.
cup.
It's called Nanapuya.
From the hills of Nanapia.
Yeah. Brought down by mules every day at 2 o'clock after the afternoon rain. The beans are enriched with monkey urine.
If only we had a coffee sponsor to do this for us.
I know.
Yeah.
Right?
Nanapuya.
Well, that's good.
Have a cup.
Yeah, a cup.
Or no, the question would be, would you like some?
Yeah, a cup.
No, not Nanapuya. Yeah, cup.
Come on. Yeah, a cup.
That'd be ridiculous. Do you want a thermos or a cup?
Yeah, a cup.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, one Nanapuya for table 7.
Okay.
What is that one?
That's you. That's Mini Wookie. That's Nick. So you asked, have you decided what you like, sir?
Nanapuya.
Nanapuya.
Nanapuya. I don't remember Mini Wookie.
All right. Anyhow, Corn has coffee.
Corn coffee.
It's almost an embarrassment that we live in this city and that we don't. You know,
But
I think you're right, though, Preston. Stop and check it out, at least to
just
some
see
degree.
Why groups of people decided that it would be a good idea to memorialize this person in that form.
Also, don't hesitate now and then to throw a rope around on it and attach to your boat hitch.
That why is intriguing to me as well. Like, what the hell is the point of dragging a statue into the river?
But you know, when I heard the news report it this morning, they reported it as if, like, here we go again. Now, there was only one other incident, but...
There's a lot of statues
Still.
being pulled down for various reasons, whether you had down south with the Confederate statues and things of that nature, and if they believe, well, you know, there's it's kind of the thing, but this thing seemed like, what's that about?
Why?
Yeah. Hey, what did Rizzo do that was so great that he gets a statue?
He was just a really popular mayor. I mean, like he was larger than life in a bunch of different ways in stature.
Yeah.
And so because of his tactics, he was well known. He left his mark, good and bad. And deserved a statue as a result.
Yeah.
You're a real crumb bum.
And he gave us
that. If that, honestly, I would give him a statue just for that.
crumb bum.
I'll take you out back, both of yous.
Yeah.
My arms tied behind my back.
Yeah.
I'll pound you into the pavement, I will.
That whole audio, you look like a lush to me. He's telling the reporter.
Yeah.
Would you care to talk to CBS? You look like a lush. I'll pound you into the pavement.
You want to relive that?
Yes, I do.
All right, Casey's finding the audio of Frank Rizzo when he was confronted. He wasn't happy about it. He was out walking his dog, and
maybe the Viking was the Nordic Frank Rizzo.
They were confronting him about.
You look like a lush to me. What's your story? I hit you with my shield. I'll take you out back and hit you with my shield.
Yeah. What are you?
You're a crumb bum.
You can't find it, Case?
I don't know. Yeah, let's
Here
try
you go,
this one.
Crumb Bum. Go,
Crumb bum, see Frank Rizzo.
It says Rizzo.
See Crumb Bum.
This says call Stan Bowman. Here we go.
Yeah, that's it.
Hey, Rizzo. Stan Borman from Channel 3 News. Could we...
How are you?
Fine, sir. How are you?
Good.
Could we talk with you for just a moment?
No, I'm busy.
You couldn't answer any of our
I
questions?
wouldn't talk to you under any condition.
Why is that, sir?
Forget it. Scram. Get out of here.
Sir,
Ram.
Hit the road.
Ram.
You lush ya. Why?
Stand up, please.
Get away from me. I'm now a private citizen.
Yes,
you
sir.
get away from me.
We're allowed to be on the streets, sir.
I don't want to talk to you. Get away from me.
How do you feel about the security guards
Get
being
away
taken off
from
of you?
Get away from me, or I'm going to throw you out in the middle of the street.
Gonna throw you right out there.
Sir, one more question.
I'm telling you, get away from me.
You were the symbol of law and order in Philadelphia, sir, for many years. People looked
Get
up to
away
you and
from
respected
me.
you.
Look, creep, get out of here.
How could you justify your actions at our cameras last Monday in front of your
Get
house?
out. You're a creep.
We're a member of the media. We'd like to
You're
have an answer to our question.
You're a creep.
Why did you attack our cameras?
Get it all. Don't miss any of it. You're a creep. Get away from me.
Would you answer the question?
Dude, he had great pipes.
He really
Listen
did.
to his voice. Get away from me. He could do movie trailers.
This weekend at the Community Cinema Pucks.
You're a creep. Get away from me.
Would you answer the question?
You know, you hide behind that press card.
I'm not hiding behind anything, sir. I just wanted to get some answers.
I'll tell you what to do. There's a gang of you here. There's enough of you here. By myself, I'll take you physically.
Well, I'm not asking you to take me physically.
Well, get away from me.
Well, sir, I'm on the public street. I should be authorized to be here.
I'll break it off.
I'll break it off.
I'll break it
physically and mentally.
Yeah.
I'll get inside your brain.
This is after he was mayor. Yeah. You know, you think he'd be happy in retirement.
Nah, he didn't care.
Big dude, though.
Yeah.
You see him next to the reporter. He's a big dude.
Yep.
Hey, get away from me.
I think the statue. The statue is 1-to-1 scale.
Yeah.
I'll break it over your head.
I'll break it over your head. Hang on. Let's go back.
I'll break it over your head. I'll break it over your head. Get away from me, you crumb. That's a challenge, except I'll put my dog away, and I'll come back. And you got 1, 2, 3, and I'll do
1,
it
2,
along
3.
Yeah.
Follow me.
Yeah.
Let me just put Fifi back in the house. Come on, Fifi, heel.
It is kind of a little dog, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
3.
No?
No.
I can't see the dog. Oh,
No,
no,
it's a
I was
big
wrong.
dog.
I was
Yeah.
incorrect. I thought he had a little poodle with him.
Daddy loves you.
Yeah.
Daddy
me
loves
kisses.
you. Give me love monster kisses.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna come back and kill yous all. Beat you to death with a tire iron and then dance in your blood. Who wants you to do? Who wants you to do? Gonna put you in the house now. All right, don't be scared. Daddy has to go kill the bad men. I'm coming to kill you now. Calm down. Did you lose your chew toy? Did you lose your chew toy? It's under the sofa. Yeah. Wait right here. Daddy needs to go kill the reporters. Yes, I know.
Talking.
Yeah. Get up in the living room window. You want to see Daddy kill the bad men?
Yeah, that's right. Sets him up where he's got a nice view of the street.
I'm doing this for you.
Yeah.
2, 3, and I'll do it along with you. In that back of that fence, just the 3 of us, 4 of us, me and you.
4, 5. I tell you what, call some of the family members. Bring them out here too.
Show you what kind of a man you are. You're less than a man.
You're a less man.
Okay? You're a crumb creep.
A crumb creep.
You're a moon creep pie creep crumb. You're crepe brulee. That's what you are.
Creep brulee.
Yeah. As if someone's taken one of them little torches and fried the top of your head into like a caramelized sugary thing. You are crepe brulee. You know what you like? You like one of them fancy desserts with the thin shell on top, but underneath you just pudding. Just pansy pudding, crepe crumb, pansy crumb, crepe creme, crumb, brulee crepe creme. With sugar on top.
At this point, they've just shut up.
They just let them know.
Because they are like, we are getting gold right now. Just let this roll.
Put that on camera. You're a crumb bum, the three of you, and I challenge you.
He wouldn't talk earlier. I'm not talking to you, right? I'm not talking to you.
So we have a little bit of a different setup today. If you're just joining us this morning, I'm broadcasting from home. Kathy is as well. We don't have the full broadcast equipment set up yet, so we're doing this via Zoom. The audio is a little bit funky, so we're kind of having to slap it together. We'll get it a little bit more in place tomorrow, but we've had one of my family members tested positive for COVID. Kathy has actually had it for the past week and a few days, and so she's been at home, finally feeling a little bit better. So last night is when we found out about the case in my house. So it was my daughter.
Right.
She had a fever the day before. We did the home test, and we did two separate tests. We bought a few home tests for just such an occasion, and she came back positive. So the rest of the family tested. We all came up as negative, and I contacted Dr. Mike just to bring him into the loop because he's the greatest human in the world. And he had said, he said, here's the deal. We've been in an environment where I could come to work and wear a really good mask, like an N95 mask, simply because I'm in close proximity to a family member who has COVID. We could have worked that out, but we do a radio show, and I can't do the program with the mask on and be in the same room with you guys out of caution. So therefore, I'm staying at home to do it just in case, because you never know. I could have a positive case and it's not manifested yet. So he said, out of caution, wait 5 days, because we have my daughter we've quarantined in a portion of the house, and we're going to keep contact away from her. And so in 5 days, I'll test again, and everything should be all right, and should be back in the studio. But that's the thing. I could have come to work.
Yeah,
I haven't tested positive, but since I have to take a mask off and be in the same room with you guys, it's just out of caution that we stay home.
At the beginning of all this, Mike had given me one of those N95s. After about a half hour wearing it, I wanted Ebola. It's one of those things, and it would be impossible. You can't speak through that. It's just one of those deals.
Yeah, that's funny. I actually work out in one every single day.
Yeah.
And
God bless.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I'm sure that's got to be good. But the ultimately though, I saw these texts, and as of 4 or 5 into that chain of messages back and forth, you were like, yeah, if you guys are cool, you come in. And then obviously Mike said, best to, as they say, err on the side of caution. So that's why we're doing this. And we were very excited because today is the day that Kathy was rejoining the show from your bout, Kathy. And then, by the way, this scenario is going on everywhere.
Yep.
Everywhere. Yeah.
Sure. But Kath got it pretty bad. Kathy, what was your experience like?
Yeah, so I pretty much had, if you look at the symptoms of COVID, I had every single symptom except I never had a fever. That was the only thing I didn't get. And mine turned into pneumonia, so I dealt with that. So I got hit. Yeah, I got hit hard, and I keep telling people I got my ass kicked by COVID, because I really did. And I'm still, still not 100%. I don't know when I will be. I feel like it's lingering. Like there's some symptoms that are just lingering and sitting there. And, I can see now, obviously having experienced it, how it beats down the immune system, and, people who, maybe aren't healthy or have some underlying conditions, how it can really beat down the immune system.
Well, the weird thing is, and because obviously, and we don't do a lot of COVID talk because everyone knows what's going on and everyone knows what the story is. We're not going to illuminate you much more on what you already know probably, but in this case, when you were describing it and how it whomped you, we're hearing about Omicron, but the Delta variant, which was a little bit more potent, is still out there, and it sounded to me like that maybe is what you had. Did you have any? Is there even any way to determine, or did Mike? I don't want to, violate.
Yeah, I have. No, I don't care. I have no idea, Steve. But it's funny that when you said that on the call the other night, we had just been talking about that because, it seems like it was more intense. But who knows? No, I don't know if there's a way to tell. But we didn't figure that out. But it seems, whatever it is, it hit me.
All right. Well, you sound good. The weird thing is that your sense of humor throughout the whole thing was evident in your text and the communication. And I'm like, well, she seems good, but there are points when you have, depending on whatever illness. And by the way, the flu is out there and everything. Whenever you have something like this, and it just runs you down, anyone with any kind of workaholic nature runs the risk of diving back in too early and exacerbating the situation. So,
dude, at Camp Out for Hunger, I was so sick.
I remember.
Oh, yeah.
And Dr. Mike, he tested me. I didn't have COVID, and by the time I got to him, he had put me on antibiotics, so we couldn't test for anything else. And so I don't know exactly what I had. I had some form of flu, but it knocked me on my ass.
I remember that. Yeah, Preston. During that big fireworks display at the camp out, the whole thing. You were back in the hotel room. You couldn't. You slept through it.
In between some of the breaks, I laid on the floor. Man, I was so beat. So it can take its toll. No matter what version you get of it.
And Press, what you're going through right now in your household, everybody's sort of hunkering down. That's what we had to do in my household around Christmas time. My daughter had tested positive for COVID. Listen, my mom lives with me. We want to take every precaution possible to keep everybody, especially my mother, safe. But what we found, and what I found personally, is that I found the wonderful world of Instacart and DoorDash, and I also discovered how you can make cool things at home. I've and even last night made homemade pizza dough. I'm getting better at it, and so I'm just trying to find the brighter side, the silver lining of COVID.
Are you guys encouraged by that? Are you guys going to do some cooking?
Yeah.
What about you tried the German pancakes the other day? We never did find out how those turned out.
It turned out great, and I can't wait until I actually get a cast iron skillet, because I will do one of those in a cast iron skillet. And I'm always encouraged, Press, by the way the first one turns out, right? So the first homemade pizza I made, I was like, okay, maybe it doesn't look amazing, but it tasted really good. The second one was even better. I made one last night. It was like, oh my gosh, I'm actually getting good at this. So with the German pancake, that one, it didn't look amazing, but man, did it taste good.
Maybe, we don't know this, but since Kathy's been home all this time, she has rethought her career path in the culinary arts. Kathy?
No. But I will say the whole loss of taste. I mean, I got that. It's bizarre, man. I'm basically eating based on memory.
So as you're eating, what's the status of that now? Is it partially back, or what's the story?
So last night, Steve, was the first time I had a soft pretzel with a little bit of yellow mustard, and I felt like I could slightly taste the yellow mustard. So that's like the first hint of it. I'm hoping that it comes back. I never fully lost my sense of smell. I could still smell maybe I'd say 25%. Like there was still a little bit of smell, but the taste, man, that was completely gone.
Kath, my best friend Steve had the same thing. He lost total taste, and so he was loading everything up with red pepper flakes and things like that just to get some kind of sensation in his mouth. Wow. Can you detect heat? Spices?
So no, not so. I'm taking these little like little vitamin, they're like liquid shots or whatever, and it has pepper in it. So, and it has a lot of pepper in it. So that, yes, but like I had Mexican food the other day, and it had normally what I would find spicy, and there was nothing. I couldn't get any sense of it.
Could you eat a lit match?
That has got to be so weird to be able to smell something.
Yeah.
And not taste it. So you can smell the food. You got a Mexican plate in front of you. You get that familiar scent, and then you taste it and nothing.
Yeah, it's so weird, and you're constantly like searching for it. Like you're almost like I was constantly like trying. Like I'm like, okay, well, another bite. Like it looks like oh, that sour cream looks like it'll be good on that. Like it just you're constantly looking for it to give you some sensation, some sort of taste there.
I wonder if for those who might be looking to lose weight or something like that, that's actually awesome, because you just sit there and eat celery and you can pretend that you're eating
ice cream
steak.
Yeah. It's interesting though. Doesn't smell inform a lot, or at least assist in your perception of taste? Right? Isn't that the case?
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine.
Yeah.
That's why it's just so bizarre. Like there was texture, so like something that was creamy, like that I could obviously distinguish between, but the taste was just completely gone, and it was a little bizarre to be able to smell it. And like I said, I did lose some of my smell, but like to smell it a little bit, and then for it to just like there's just no taste.
Well, you're like part bloodhound, because like you're very sensitive to smells.
Right?
Yeah.
Steve, it's driving me nuts. I'm like, and I'm sniffing everything to see if it's like coming back. So I'm like,
if we were to like take Casey's shirt and have you smell it, do you think you could find him in a forest?
Kathy, are you sniffing the litter box by any chance?
I didn't do the litter box piece, but I did scoop it out, and no, there's not like my nose has to be like next to it for me to smell it. So yeah, like none of that. And what's really weird? When you wake up in the morning, you're like, oh God, I need to brush my teeth. Like I don't have that sensation, like that, like morning breath and like taste is not there.
Wow. There's so many people going through this right now. My wife was going through our school district yesterday and a list of the amount of teachers that aren't in. And I did a double take on the number that she said. So many people are commiserating with this little issue that we're going through with last night. We were doing the family testing, and there was actually a list. 6ABC had it earlier this morning of they had a ranking of the at-home tests, and the ranking was by users, and whether
the accuracy
different metrics on ease of the instructions,
right,
and whether they were confusing or not, and so on. And so they listed them, and one of the ones we were using was like number 2 or whatever. But we had to go through, and we bought several of them just to have them at the ready, because we figured we would need them at some point. And my son Carter was doing it. And each time I guess he wasn't putting enough liquid onto the test, and we weren't getting a good enough conclusive result. Like the lines that would come back were really, really faint. Everybody else's were really clear. So he had to do it 3 times. And by the way, those things aren't cheap money.
No.
And he had to do it 3 times. We wanted to be absolutely sure that we weren't dealing with it. And I think he wasn't doing it right, because Rochelle's finally like, I'll do it. Give it to me.
Give me that damn thing. I told you that I had modded a pregnancy test, and that's how I test myself. Yeah, and I'm doing great.
Steve. And by the way, that the nose thing, and I've done it several times now. It's just it drives me crazy. I just
Do you sneeze?
I don't sneeze, but it's not as bad, and I haven't had to do this in a long time. But I would rather get my blood drawn or a shot or something like that than have them do that throat culture thing. I have always detested that, where they rub a swab on your tonsils, for crying out loud.
I've had of the things that you have that when you go in for a test or any kind, when they force the hose up through your nose and endoscopy and down your throat and tell you not to swallow. It's like,
and you're awake when they do that?
Yeah. I've had done it when they were trying to figure out what I had with the esophagus and the achalasia, which is fairly benign, but they had to make sure everything was what they were going to work on.
I've never had them go down that deep.
Well, I asked for it because I used to be in the industry.
But when I go to the ENT and they need to look at my sinuses and they stick that camera up in there, oh my God, I just can't stand that.
And when Preston, by the way, when they did it a couple of times, there was something about the way I'm constructed that we can't quite get down there. Like, of course, of course. But
I just had a camera look at my vocal cords. And they I had to make like different sounds so my vocal cords would vibrate and she could look at it with the camera. It was really bizarre.
So which Disney song did you sing when they did that, Kath?
No, but you know what? Like at first I was like, oh my God. And she was like, okay, just breathe. Like it's fine. Like you're not going to die here. But it was a bizarre sense. They numbed it a little bit,
So
did that go through your nose or did they go straight down the throat?
No, it went through the nose.
Oof.
Sometimes they take other paths that are even less wonderful. So, but listen, as you said, this came in last minute. A lot of this stuff always comes in last minute when you're trying to get everything together. But I think everything's working out well. I missed the whole chain of these texts, Preston. I'm sitting in the office today and I'm looking because you and I keep very close track on our arrival times to make sure, because the last thing you want to do is like be in bed when you're supposed to be on air. So I'm looking at it and then I finally see the messages are like, oh Christ, I missed all of these. And going back and forth. Last night, my wife, I gave her the Ninja Food Smart XL indoor grill, which is the big thing. Everyone loves this thing, and it's pretty awesome. The one thing, and I'm telling you, if you have one of these and you haven't tried it, I didn't know, and she didn't know, that the cooking oil is a kind of a critical step in these things. And there are apparently, which we learned last night, high temperature oils and low temperature oils, meaning that some will smoke and, depending on what you use. So I'm upstairs and I'm like, why does it look like London right now? And I'm smelling, wow. So it was permeating the house and it was coming out a lot. From the grill, and so we at the time all these texts were coming in. I'm running around, opening windows, and we take the thing outside, and I'm, juggling the chicken and plugging it in outside. But that simple little thing, apparently, and what they recommend is avocado oil, what they call high temperature, like 500 degrees in that general range. That's really the whole thing. But I think you'd make that a little bit more prominent in the handbook. And
so did you have to take it outside or anything?
Yes,
like that?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I'm like, we were a third of the now. Something that should take about an hour cooked in about 20 minutes, and it was actually wonderful. But I'm like, Jesus Christ, that cannot be normal. The amount of smoke coming out of this thing. And even though they had listed canola oil as a viable oil to use at a high temperature, the mofo apparently is avocado oil. You can take that up to 500 degrees and it's not a problem. I would have preferred that was spelled out in big letters on the cover, but so we learned by a near fire last night.
Were you calm and cool under pressure, Steve, or were there some loud moments?
I was pretty. The last thing I want is because Claire didn't know, and we. I was actually pretty good. I was so busy slamming open windows, Window Nation windows, by the way, which opened very quickly, that the smoke. But the last thing you want to be is that douchebag on the front porch. It's just we're cooking chicken, as as the captain of the fire department is there, and all the manly guys are there, and they're who actually respond to real things. Obviously, we've had some terrible stories recently, and I'm there going, well, it's chicken. So I managed to avoid that. And our security system and our fire system through Xfinity and everything is top notch. But I mean, the last thing you want is that you just feel like an idiot.
I had, I had texted you. We had this text change going on, and I called and left a voicemail as well, and got in touch with Bill and told him, what was going on. And and the broadcasting, I'm like, man, I can't get a hold of Steve. So I figured something was going on.
That was it. I was running a chicken out to the backyard. But no, I didn't know that. I didn't know there was such a thing.
I didn't know either.
As a high temperature oil that will minimize smoke.
Yeah.
So if you are unaware of that, and you got, apparently this thing was a huge item for Christmas, and it did a great job. Just be aware of the oil that you're using and what temperature it works best at.
I was aware of that, but I thought that was for like fryers and stuff.
So this is sort of a fryer. It is sort of it's an air fryer and a regular fryer, and it's actually very cool. It has the meat thermometer. Again, cooked a big chicken in half the time. It's great and it tasted great. But
it's called the Ninja Grill.
The Ninja Food Smart XL 6-in-1 indoor grill with air fry. Yep.
Okay.
Roast, bake, broil, and dehydrate.
Roasted.
And, yeah,
well,
this was apparently a very popular item for Christmas this year.
Now, did you get to eat the food? Or?
I tasted it. Claire was like, I'm like, you make the call. It was like Apollo 13.
Yeah.
Failure is not an option. So we got that chicken out and finished the cooking.
Work the problem.
Yeah,
that's
right.
Make things worse by guessing.
I was communicating with Gary Sinise, who was cooking a chicken at his home in a simulator.
He was in a simulator. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, by the way, I'd like to point out, and speaking of Gary Sinise, and that leads us to Apollo 13, I am via Zoom in my bedroom this morning. You can see the Saturn V rocket that Steve gave me for my 50th birthday in the back there. I lit it up. So a little peek into my bedroom. But also one of the reasons you need to watch us on YouTube today is because Steve is wearing his velour tracksuit.
I am.
Yeah.
I am. I'm wearing my, the one thing is, and Nick was kind enough to, I guess, whoever the family, is it a cousin or?
Vellamino, yeah.
Okay.
It's Vellamino tracksuits, and they're velour, and they're delightful.
I will tell you this. I was not now, I always thought, man, the last thing I want to be is a retiree in Boca Raton, in a tracksuit like this, velour. But now I'm rethinking that.
Dude,
I'm thinking of having dinner at 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of getting a golf cart.
I wore that tracksuit like I would have worn it every day of our Christmas break, but I had to put it in the washing machine. I had,
I got a little stain, like something spilled on it. I'm like, oh no!
Yeah.
And I quickly cleaned it off. Now I'm thinking, do I need to lay in an additional tracksuit so I have, one at the ready? Preston, you enjoyed it, but is it too much for you? Is it too warm?
Yeah, it doesn't. It was too warm. That's exactly.
See, you like. Go ahead.
I was going to say maybe the next couple of days when it's really, it's going to get cold, super duper cold again this weekend. Maybe I'll take it out for another.
Kathy, while you were sick, did you don your tracksuit?
You know what? My tracksuit is still at the studio. So I know. I left it on my chair in the office, and I'm pretty upset about this.
The only issue with the tracksuit, I won't wear it out in public because it has my name and a Preston and Steve patch on it, and to me it's a little
who
tacky.
Is this douchebag?
Yeah, I know.
I'm Casey from the right nipple Preston and Steve show.
So I can't wear that out in public, but I will wear it around the house, and I will go to, what is it, Vellamino, Nick?
Yeah, Vellamino USA is their Instagram handle.
Then I'm going to buy from them.
Yeah, well, and the next step, you guys, I think you're going to really enjoy as well, because we are working on one currently for one Pierre Robert.
Oh, nice.
And it's going to be like tie-dyed and hippie-ish and should be pretty cool.
What we need to do
I thought you were going to say velour underwear.
You know what? That's step number 3.
Done that.
Step number 4 is profit.
We need to do when the next event where we're all appearing as a show in total, we'll have to all wear this, so we'll look like
great idea.
Like it's our uniform.
Yeah.
We need a dance routine for that.
Absolutely.
Kathy, please get working on the choreography. That'd be perfect. All right. Well, listen. So obviously things a little bit different today. Kathy and I from home. We don't have the full broadcast equipment. We'll get that by tomorrow. But we do need to take a break because we have a few things coming up. Let's return with the bizarre file in just a moment. Secret text words, stuff like that. Dirty Honey's coming to town. We got a chance for you to win tickets to that. We'll get the details. Text word secret to 39333. So we'll break and come back in just a moment on MMR. Hang out.
What are you standing there? You asleep? Wake up. I'm sorry, I had a long night. Where did your dog go? I put him inside, didn't you see? There he is, and they're looking in the window there.
Just me. You're a crumb creep coward. You can't take. You won't stand up to him.
I'm standing up. We're not here to fight. We're here to get some answers to some questions. That's all.
I want to fight you.
Why is that?
Because you're a crumb creep lush coward.
You don't.
Crumb creep.
He keeps adding on.
Lush coward.
It started with one. Then two, now
you're a Methodist.
Now he's up to
What?
He's up to 4.
I don't know. I'm running out of desserts and various disgusting things.
Are you keeping a list? Do you know, like, okay, you're a crumb, you're a creep.
Wait a second here.
You're yellow.
I keep a list for things like this. You are a jackass, crumb, creme, creep, cram, crumb. Oh, that's the wrong list. That's the potential dog names.
Thinking about getting another one, huh?
It was in the Chestnut Hill.
Wait, hold on a second. Honey, where's my reported bad name list? It's in the closet. No, I looked in there. I was looking for the dog's chew toy. I'll get back to you. What's your number? Give me your number.
By the way, Mercy.
I remembered it.
By the way,
he gets a call late at night.
No, he calls him back later on.
Better call this guy up. Yeah. You're a yellow crumb snake.
Have a lovely
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Have a lovely evening.
For that creep.
Oh, you creme crumb creep cram. You're an apple crumb creep cake. A la moron. Yeah, that wasn't that good.
Scratch that one off.
That's not good.
Yeah, that's.
I think when I try to do French desserts, it doesn't work out. I'll stick with the German stuff.
Oh my God.
I'm glad we revisited this.
Oh my God, I'm getting tears on my glasses here. Do you remember the squirtable butter used to come in a thing?
Yeah, butter spray.
Is that what?
I
no,
can't
not
believe
spray,
it's not
not
butter.
spray.
There's an actual like liquid, almost
Really?
like
liquidy
like the way you
butter.
dispense mustard.
It was
don't
more
remember
back in the 80s probably, and if you had a waffle, you could go blink, 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 blink in each little.
Okay.
I had a waffle.
Each little
I'd eat it
crevice.
in the morning. Yeah, there we go.
Do you
Parkway.
need butter in every little square?
You do.
If you're
you're a man.
If you're a man. No.
Okay.
No, I obsess about little things like that.
Okay.
It's just like weird.
So your answer is yes, you do.
Yeah, I have a butter memory with Preston that is probably 19 years old. Do you know what it is?
Butter memory.
Preston, do you remember the butter memory?
That's probably 19 years old.
19 years old.
You would have to butter memories. You would have to give me a hint.
Me, you, Steve, and Marilyn.
Wow.
that wraps it up.
Butterfest,
Did a show
1998.
for 3 years together.
Media Court Diner.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
You know the butter memory?
Yeah.
Oh, well, do tell.
So we're sitting there, and it's after we had done a show, and we're having lunch, and there was
We're all just getting to know each other, by the way.
yeah, we're all
Okay.
getting to know each other, and so they had a little ramekin full of butter, which is a small dish. And so I guess it was a ball of butter or something like that. And we're just talking, and I just reach out and grab it and just squish it with my hand, just to be outrageous,
Provocative.
I'm like, ooh, butter.
Yeah.
And I did that, and he died laughing. So.
I was like, what? I wish I would have done that.
Love at first sight.
That looked fun.
Butter memories.
But if I owned a diner and
I dine in the morning.
and I was serving waffles, there would be a special little spray that I would put melted butter in so that you could go.
You would keep it like you could even have it as you could have the way you have a mug warmer where your butter could be on it and with the pump so that you could dispense that
Now
way.
it would need to be more like misty,
Like a fire hose?
No, like a
spray bottle.
like a spray bottle, like you would spray your indoor plants.
Like a spritz.
I disagree. I think that the butter, like the spray butter, you're lessening the quality of the butter product. And if you're going to have like actual butter, you're going to need to have like a vat of melted butter. This is your diner, so I'm not trying to tell you how to run your business.
You open your own diner next door and do
build your own
regular,
goddamn
normal, boring pats of
I
butter.
kind of want to work with you, like almost like as if I was your therapist, and to make you okay with not having butter in every square. Like it's all right.
No, I know.
It's still gonna taste good. You're gonna get enough butter.
Believe me, I've
Touchstone Pictures. He had to have butter in every square until a concerned therapist came into his life. My name is Romano. I think I can help you.
Then we need some good music, like
Yes,
Peter
inspiring,
Gabriel,
Salisbury Hill.
Salisbury Hill, yeah. See if you can pull that. So the serious part when he realizes he has a problem.
Oh, no, I can't even get it together anymore. Every time I go into the diner, I start trembling like crazy. I think I know someone you can talk to. And then she came into his life. My name's Romano, and today's the day we start making changes. From Touchstone Pictures, the story of a boy who learned now how to not have butter in every square of his waffle. Butter Squareless Waffle Boy.
Butter Squareless Waffle Boy?
Or something to that effect.
It's a butter therapist.
I feel like I already went through this with Jace. Like at breakfast time. It's okay, honey.
Unbutterable.
Is that the name of the movie?
Yeah.
I'm doing it!
I just recently had some butt issues the other day, man.
Packing a flounder, didn't you?
Packing a flounder.
I told Casey about it. I had to make what my friend calls a butt tampon out of toilet paper.
Oh, yes.
By
We've
the
all
way,
been there.
What?
We've all been there.
No,
Really? No, we haven't.
No, we haven't.
No, we have not all been there.
Not
Swamp ass.
Kathy. Come to say you call it swamp ass.
Yeah.
You call it a visit from your friend.
Oh, and she and Kathy always insists that it's because
Just take
of
a shower.
my hygiene. That's not
You
it.
are dirt. Your ass is dirty.
It's from cleaning too much.
There, he's right.
You rub it raw.
He's right. You
That's what
rub it raw.
happened.
Yes.
No, just get in the shower. That
do this-
clean,
I do
not
it.
wipe with toilet paper.
No. Kathy did, and it's painful.
I don't believe you.
Oh my God! You can just suck it.
Here's the deal. So I can tell you, I have a spotless butt. I'm telling, spick and span. But sometimes I tend to overclean.
Yes. Thank you, Steve.
Yes.
We
No
worked
such
together for
thing.
20 years, and
You never know.
You never know.
I apologize for never turning around and parting my cheeks to show you.
Preston, you told me about packing a flounder the other day.
That's what it's called, by the way. Somebody years ago told us. My friend used to call it packing a flounder.
What? Putting
Toilet
the
paper
tissue in.
between your butt cheeks.
Yeah, it's a butt tampon.
to help to keep the chafing down.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, if you're pre-med, keep listening because this is valuable information.
But I just have a question for you because you were telling me
That hadn't happened in years, by the way.
Right.
Yeah.
I had an issue with it the other day, and it's all better now. I'm great.
There you go.
Go ahead.
and we do share a lot of intimate information.
Of
with
course
each
we
other.
do.
But you had told me this packing the flounder thing, and I was thinking about it later on in the day because it had a tone as if you thought,
It was wistful.
As if you thought I have packed a flounder before.
No, I just remember you
Okay.
finding it funny.
Okay.
I remember you finding that particular phrase funny, and that's why I brought
It is
up
a
to
funny
you.
phrase.
Yeah.
But I've yet to pack a flounder.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
count yourself
Yes.
lucky, sir.
Yeah, all right.
Because it's not a fun experience.
Few the proud.
I woke up in the middle of the night and did it. I told you that. Yeah, I went to the restaurant.
It can be quite uncomfortable.
I'm going to pack a flounder now.
Yes.
And I did, and it helped, and it worked.
You know what? You're missing a product here, and Preston's flounders.
Yeah.
Flounder packers.
Preston's, there's a little alliteration there with the P, packing a flounder. Preston's, but I need flounder packer, maybe something like that.
Yeah.
Preston's fantastic flounder packer. It's kind of like like an alliterative sandwich with the P's on the outside and the F's in the middle.
Yeah, I like it.
Fantastic flounders and how to pack them.
I like that
It's not
too.
bad.
It's a little long.
Yeah, it is.
Please welcome of Simple Minds, Mr. Jim Kerr.
Yeah.
Very kind of you. Thank you very much. A real pleasure to be here.
And by the way, Jim Kerr, I believe, is actually how you pronounce your last name,
You
correct?
got it right. In Glasgow, they would say that.
In Glasgow.
Here, they say more kind of Kerr, which is nice. But we're a bit hard on the E, Kerr.
It reminds you where you are, I guess, when you hear your name pronounced a certain way.
Well, my mother's favorite actress was Deborah Kerr.
Ah, it's a good choice.
So,
Nice compliment.
there you go.
I would like to. I'm going to start by throwing a lot of love your way. Your performance, and I'll get right to the song that broke the band in the United States. Don't You Forget About Me. Your performance of that particular song means so much to me. 1986, around that range. Was when I was a senior in high school. The Breakfast Club, the film had come out, and it just spoke directly to a person like me. The song was such a huge part of the emotional impact of that film, and it has now become my almost. It's tangible, the emotion that I feel when I hear the song. It takes me back to that time in my life that was so important in my own personal development. I'm actually getting a little choked up here when I'm talking. And you were
the passion in your voice. Now, I'm probably going to overuse the word passion as we talk to you, Jim, because that's how I always categorize your vocal style. You're singing very, very passionate. And at that time, it rose above a lot of the other things that were on the radio at the time. And so, number one, I want to thank you. And I know that song wasn't written by you or your bandmates, but I think what you did with it just went above and beyond.
It's the performance.
And surpassed what that song really was.
Well, it's an honor to have any song that means so much to people, but particularly with that song, we are aware in the States, actually elsewhere, that song and the movie meant so much not only to that generation, but amazingly subsequent generations as well seem to have. It still seems those John Hughes movies, he really hit a nerve. And I know what you mean in the sense that, I'm a music fan as well, and it's an amazing thing with music. Even more than film, I think, in photographs, you hear certain songs and it takes you back to a place. It takes you to the very emotion.
Most definitely.
And there are certain songs that do that for me. For me, it was always radio in my mother's house. There's certain songs I hear, I can actually feel we called it Formica table, this cheap, this cheap breakfast table, because, the radio was there. We listened to radio breakfast, as everyone does here. Yeah. And there's certain songs I can actually feel, I'm right at the table. And I get a little teary about that as well.
Oh, my God. It's so true.
It's so powerful. And you, and I'm curious, here I am, a chance to meet you and say thank you in person and so forth. And you've had a tremendously successful career. Have you ever had a chance to speak to someone a la David Bowie and say, that song meant so much to me? And do you feel a little odd saying that? Because I know you've heard it so many times, and I don't know if it gets old to you or not, and I feel a little embarrassed that I'm saying all this to you.
Well, you bet. I mean, whenever I'm not cool when I meet people that have meant a lot to me, whether it's sports stars or rock stars or whatever, or movie. I just go up and say, "You're amazing," and, But some of them kind of don't want to talk about it or something. Have you ever found that? Where you get that, and someone's just kind of went, "Yeah, whatever."
Well, and it's confusing.
To it.
It is confusing when that happens.
Well, we've talked about this, Jimmy. It's sort of a liability when you meet people who've meant a lot to you. And then we use the phrase "they were them." They were exactly who you wanted them to be. Yeah. And it's like the ultimate when you get the person you hope they would be. Not everyone can be that, or some people. Sort of have sort of a jaded view, or they'll kind of frown upon what got them to the dance.
Or they're self-conscious or something.
Right, and for whatever reason, and you'd almost rather keep the illusion than the actual reality. But when they do sync up and you get both, it's fantastic.
Well, I can talk about both for a minute, because as some of you might know, I was married to Chrissy Hines.
Yes,
Chrissy's the greatest. I mean, she's just the greatest.
Well, "I'll Stand By You" that's my wife. That's our wedding song. Yeah,
you guys now share a grandchild together.
We do indeed.
Yeah. Congratulations.
And yet Chrissy, she would be the first to say when anyone goes up to her in the street and goes, "Wow, Chrissy, she kind of goes right in her shell, and she kind of doesn't know what to say, and it comes across as being cold." And then she will regret that for the rest of the week. Genuinely, she'll say, "Oh, I met that person," and they must think, well, I won't tell you what she says, but she doesn't mean it like, she just gets kind of, whereas Charlie Burchill, my songwriting partner and guitar player in Simple Minds, we were beyond fortunate last week in New York because we had a night off, and I'm sure you're aware Springsteen was playing on Broadway, and
so cool.
Just to get tickets to see the show was enough to be 20 yards from him where he's standing with an acoustic playing Born to Run, and the spit was almost touching us. In fact, we were running towards it. And then afterwards, we didn't know this. Afterwards, as we were about to leave, someone came out and said, John Landau, Bruce's manager, would let you go back. And I'm sure no one will be surprised to hear me say that, Bruce was just amazing. Yeah. I mean, he just wanted to talk about music, and he wanted to talk about a book that he'd written, of which the show is based on, of which we've all read. And it was great to have someone as comfortable.
You love that. Did he relay any particular level of was he citing some of your work, or because he clearly,
Well, he's so generous. We had played in New Jersey the night before.
Okay.
I think John had told him that, and we played. So we're in his hood, and he had just spent time on stage saying how he had a love-hate with New Jersey. 'Cause all he wanted to do was get out of there, hence Born to Run and all that. But of course, he's still there. But he knew we'd played, and he was asking about the band and all that stuff. We have a few friends in common. Steve Van Zandt. We did a lot of things with Steve back in the day.
And the Sun City,
the Sun City thing, and also Jimmy Iovine, who produced Born to Run. He just produced the track that you played there, Alive and Kicking, and so we'd met Bruce before as well. So
I think, and it's the truth that the people who, I love when film directors come in here and they're fans of other directors. Because you clearly you just at a core have a passion for music.
That's right.
So you are a fan of other musicians. Yeah. And I think that informs your ability to be a great musician.
I would think so. I would think I think they do if you love them.
So, broadcasting live from my bedroom. Kathy, are you in your bedroom, by the way? Is that where you are?
No, I'm in my office.
Okay. All right.
You remember The Office, that the cats can see through the French doors and want to come in and destroy her equipment?
That's
Steve,
right.
and immediately this morning, I came in the office, I shut the doors, and there they were, scratching at the doors, making noise. I'm like, oh, God, here we go again.
And remember, late in the show, Kathy is angelically side-lit.
Yes.
Natural light out of the window.
It's glorious.
I don't think I'll get that where I am, but we've had to change up. Go ahead.
Yo, your setup looks so nice and professional.
I threw a few lights around. I was scrambling around like 10 o'clock last night. I'm like, well, it's got to look decent.
Yeah.
So, so I'm in my bedroom, and maybe we'll take a tour. I don't know in a little while. But nonetheless, we're trying to make things as seamless as possible as we switch, and found out late last night that we're having to do this. My daughter tested positive for corona, so we're going to, and the reason being that I didn't come into work, even though I tested negative, was I can't wear a mask and be on the radio and be in the same room with you guys. So just playing it safe. And then Kathy actually did test positive over a week ago, and she's on the mend. So hence the changes today, but we'll get it together. In the meantime, business as usual. Let's do the Bizarre Five.
Now, WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre Five.
Dive right into this. I mentioned something earlier about landmines, and Steve Magawa, the famous mine-clearing rat who was awarded a gold medal for his heroism, has died at the age of 8.
No!
Bad news. It's actually a pretty incredible story. So Magawa was the most successful rat trained by the Belgian charity Popo to alert human handlers about the mines so that they can be safely removed. The charity said that the African giant pouch rat passed away peacefully at the weekend. And said that Magawa
call my family. Call my family.
And most of the last week playing with his usual enthusiasm, but by the weekend he started to slow down. He was napping more, showing less interest in food in his last days. So bred in Tanzania, Magawa underwent a year of training before moving to Cambodia to begin his bomb-sniffing career.
It's amazing.
There are thought up to be 6 million landmines in the Southeast Asian country. Trained to detect a chemical compound within the explosives, Magawa cleared more than 140,000 square meters of land, the equivalent to 20 football pitches, it says here. He weighed 2.6 pounds and was 28 inches long. While that's far larger than many other rat species, Magawa was still small enough and light enough that he wouldn't trigger any mines as he walked over them.
Preston, wasn't he going through an acrimonious divorce? I think it's...
Yeah, and hence he didn't mind taking the risk.
Yeah.
He was going through some stress. But listen to this. It's pretty astounding. He was capable of searching a field the size of a tennis court in 20 minutes. Now, something that they say would take a person with a metal detector between 1 and 4 days.
What? That's astonishing.
In 20 minutes.
So, Preston, quick question, if I may. So are there, how many of these rats are in existence?
It's a good question. I don't really know, but apparently it's not it's not like a freak thing with one rat was the one that could do it. So they can train themselves.
You're one crazy ass rat.
So he was in 2020. Magawa was awarded the PDSA Gold Medal. He was the first rat to be given the medal in the charity's 77-year history.
Thank you so much. This is quite an honor, and obviously I love what I do for a living, and the fact that I can just save lives means so much to me. Thank you.
The rat retired just last June.
I think I want out now. I think I'd like to do some fishing, play with my grandkids, all the standard stuff. And you know what? I'd like to wear velour.
So he retired last June after slowing down as he reached his old age. It's a pretty incredible story.
I have never heard about that, and the fact that they can cover that much territory. By the way, a human who has to do that. I mean, not to be dismissive of this noble rat, but you don't want a human blowing up, and so that is the risk you run when you do that.
Yep. All right, a number of New Jersey high school students have been charged over a series of alleged sexual assaults that took place in a football team's locker room over a 2-month period last year.
Ooh.
The specific number of Wall High School students included in the complaint was not disclosed. All included are juveniles. However, the prosecutor's office said that it was publicizing the news of the criminal complaints in response to intense public scrutiny and to educate victims of hazing, harassment, intimidation, and bullying that such conduct is not, quote, a rite of passage. The alleged instances of hazing, which took place in September and October last year, were captured in several videos taken by students. Details of the footage showed a victim struggling with 5 attackers while others watched, giggled, and shouted, "Get his legs." Christopher Adams, a defense attorney for one of the charged students, called the prosecutor's disclosure of the case development, quote, unprecedented and grossly irresponsible, and he downplayed the alleged sexual assault, calling the incidents nothing more than horseplay. So they're not going to put up with it.
No.
They're going to go after that. Yeah, that stuff's a bunch of garbage. This is a wild story. A Canadian politician faced backlash after he posted a picture on social media of his wife shoveling snow after she had worked a 12-hour hospital shift.
This thing blew up.
Yeah.
It did. John Reyes, a Manitoba cabinet minister, faced the wrath of Twitter followers for standing inside the warmth and taking a photo while his wife, Cynthia Reyes, shoveled snow in below freezing temperatures. He had tweeted, "Even after a 12-hour night shift at the hospital last night, my wife still has the energy to shovel the driveway."
Eddie,
bless her.
Eddie says once the newborn comes, I can give up one of my jobs.
He said, "God bless her and all our frontliners. Time to make some breakfast." So he was trying to show what an awesome wife she was.
Right.
Yeah.
And obviously people were firing back going, "Dude, get out there and shovel the snow."
Seriously?
Now he said he was going to make her breakfast, which is cool, I think. But yeah, how you could not see that people would respond and say, "What is your ass doing inside? She just did 12 hours."
So some Twitter users have claimed, because apparently his wife had tweeted and said, "All I wanted to do was shovel." Like she wanted to do that.
She enjoys it.
And some people are claiming that he created a fake profile for his wife and then retweeted. I don't know.
Yeah.
I would imagine she's going to be speaking to the press sometime.
Sure.
But nonetheless, at least chip in. I mean, get out there and do a little bit. But she's a Canadian wife. Maybe she's used to that and wanted to get out and get it done.
Maybe we can train rats to shovel, Preston.
Right. Oh my God.
Shovel rats.
This is a pretty funny story. Norwegian conscripts are to return their underwear after completing military service for the next recruits as the Army struggles with dwindling supplies due to COVID.
So they're passing their underwear on to the next people? That's not good.
Norway, which guards NATO's northern borders and shares the border with Russia, calls up about 8,000 young men and women for military service every year, and until recently allowed newly discharged conscripts to leave barracks with the underwear that they were issued. But the pandemic has seriously strained the flow of supplies with factory shutdowns and transport problems, leading to Norwegian military to ask conscripts to hand over underwear, including bras and socks.
Is there a formal ceremony in which this occurs?
You know what? They probably do a passing of the underwear.
Yeah, passing of the bra.
The underwear. Guy comes over with a white glove.
Yeah.
Does the whole thing. Though originally voluntary, it's now been made mandatory, according to a public report. A spokesman said, "Now that we have chosen to reuse this part of the kit, it helps us. We don't have enough in stock."
This room is where we iron the used tampons.
All right, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you for now, my friend. We got some other stories, which we will get to a little bit later on. Case, how is it going to work with a guest? Are we going to be able to have Chris Long on this morning?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I mean, because we're going to have him on via Zoom, so he will be able to see you and hear you and everything. If it was on the phone, it would be a lot more difficult, but because it is via Zoom, you'll be able to see him and hear him and vice versa.
Okay, just slapping it together, a last-minute change, so we're trying to figure out what works and what does not, so good to know. All right, let's take a break. We will come back in just a moment. Make sure you stay with us on MMR.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Yes. So if you're passionate about it, I mean, even today we're going to go along to the theatre 4:30 this afternoon. We're going to work on other stuff, songs that we want to bring into the set as the tour progresses.
That's great.
We're always chopping and changing. I'm excited about that, and it's only a sound check.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask about, Jim, yours and Simple Minds' history in Philadelphia. You played Live Aid here. From what I understand, you were the first band that was approached to play the Philadelphia show.
Well, certainly I remember getting the call from Geldof at the time, and it was amazing. It was a great honor to be asked. And, of course, although obviously we're from the other side of the pond, at the time, the song that you mentioned, Don't You Forget About Me, was really climbing high in the Billboard charts, and Bob said, you got to do it in Philadelphia. We were only too happy. We were en route anyway to come here and record. But I don't think any of us were aware that all these years later that, in terms of rock and roll anyway, it's still the historical event is our generation's Woodstock. Joan Baez, I think, alluded to that when she opened. That was her. But when you see now, even now when I see the numbers that were there in the stadium's no longer there. Yeah.
Was that day fairly chaotic?
And in the way you would expect. I mean, I was talking outside. I mean, everyone was there. I mean, it was a whole. The great thing was, I brought across my dad.
Oh wow!
He'd never been in the States before. And he was wearing a bright yellow Scotland T-shirt. So I thought, how can you lose him? He's wearing a bright yellow. They said, what do you mean, how can you lose him? 120,000 people out there. But I saw him because he was wearing this.
The bright yellow Scotland T-shirt,
yeah. And he said to me, come here, I want to introduce you to this guy. I want to introduce you. Who's here? Now, you think, Madonna was there and Tina Turner and Mick Jagger and all that. And we went round. And there was this guy sitting on his amplifier, just strumming away. Total dignity. Bo Diddley.
Bo Diddley.
And my dad said to me, Bo Diddley, if it wasn't for him, there would be no Live Aid.
Legendary,
there would be no rock and roll. If it wasn't for these guys. And of course, he was right. Yeah. So, memories like that come to the forefront. Special.
You mentioned Jimmy Iovine, and I saw the special on HBO about him, The Defiant Ones, and he talked about producing Born to Run and how frustrating it was because Bruce was such a perfectionist when it came to putting that record. And eventually somebody had to tell Jimmy, it's not your record, Jimmy, it's Bruce's. Let Bruce do what he needs to do. What was it like for you guys working with him?
I mean, we've been so lucky. We worked with Jimmy, Bob Clearmountain, Trevor Horn, Steve Lillywhite, all these people. But Jimmy just had this way. It's funny because I can tell the jury was out. Some of the people around us didn't quite get Jimmy.
Really?
Because Jimmy he was more a kind of ringmaster. He couldn't go in and tell you technically what was wrong or what was right. It was all feel. And he had a great kind of meter on him with that. That feels great. That's where you should be. But he made you feel great. And if you felt great, then you're going to perform. He gave you confidence. And I, in some ways, we've never met anyone like Jimmy in that sense. He would be, you know how in sports you get a coach, I say this, that make journeymen believe they're much better than they are.
Right.
Jimmy did that to us.
It would seem like some producers are more musicians and some guys are more directors. And when it comes to instructing a band, and he seems like more the director kind.
I'll tell you a funny story about it, and this is the way he is too, because Alive and Kicking, we'd put together the demo. See, we were all a bit we were all a bit weirded out with the success of Don't You Forget About Me, because it become this kind of colossal thing, the movie and MTV, and everyone was all over it.
It was just a confluence of things going on. Yeah.
And Jimmy was like, what are you going to do to follow it up? It's a monster. What are you going to do? And we were like, I don't know. Relax. We'll come up with something. And so we came up with this, basically the structure for Alive and Kicking. He's like, that's great. Get it down. That's going to be amazing. And we all felt that. But I had done a guide vocal, kind of sketch lyrics.
Yeah.
That I meant to come back and finish off. And the first line, and it's, you turn me on. So I got to do it for real. And I changed the line to something else. And he goes, hang on a minute. Where's you turn me on? I said, you can't sing with you turn me on. That's terrible. That's garbage. You turn me on. I won't be able to go home to Glasgow if I sing that. People will just rip the out of me. And he went, you're going to change that? And I said, yeah. And he went, my wife loves it. All Vicky's friends love it. Everyone loves it. You can't change it. I said, I'm changing it. And he starts taking out his car keys in his house. He says, here, take them, because I'm going to lose my house. Here, you're going to cost me a fortune. You're going to cost me a fortune. You're going to cost. And he was kind of half serious.
Yeah.
So it stayed.
Hey, listen.
And it kind of works.
It works. It works.
It works as long as I don't think about it.
But it's funny because you as the artist are going to be hypercritical, and it's something that we have to think about, even on our level of just doing what we do.
Yeah.
Like program directors or whatever, listen with different ears.
Yeah.
And the hardest thing, I think, and probably what distinguishes a good producer who is able to produce hits, listens as the consumer hears it.
Yeah. Well, in my head, if you're Marvin Gaye, you can sing You Turn Me On. Right. If you're some little white nerdy guy from Glasgow with freckles gone, You Turn Me On. It's creepy. But not according to Jimmy.
You were a tad bit nerdy, Jim.
A bit nerdy, yeah.
But that's why Chrissy Hines seems like when you guys got together, I remember thinking, wow, she's like the leather rock chick, and this guy, that's kind of wild.
Bit off a bit more than I could chew. But you got to give me kudos for
thumbs up
for daring to dance.
yes, absolutely. Jim, it's an honor to meet you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thanks, all of you.
Our pleasure.
Jim Kerr, guys. On the Preston and Steve Show.
The only raccoons they like food.
Okay.
So it doesn't,
doesn't matter.
I had them eating goldfish crackers out of my hand.
That's right.
Remember, Robbie?
Wait, you fed him out of your hand?
I told you this story many times.
We heard this story thousands of times.
Yeah, but hang on. Was it while he was in a trap?
No.
Dude, that's crazy.
Yeah, I know. Well, I was not.
Didn't you? We were playing golf one time.
That was during the day.
And we saw
that was
one,
a mangy-looking thing.
Dude, don't go near that thing.
Yes.
And here you are feeding this one by hand.
Well,
hypocrite.
That time, Preston, I was dead sober. B, it was a mangy-looking thing, and C, it was in the middle of the day.
Okay.
When I had this thing eating out of my hand, I had just gotten back from a wedding. It was late at night. I went outside.
You were feeling good.
Yeah, and we had developed it was a quick bond.
You had an understanding.
How was the wedding?
Yeah. I was like, man, it was a really good time. Do you want some goldfish?
Do I know them? Is his family or is his friends?
No, you don't know them.
I have to say I'm a little peckish. I'd love to talk to you, but I'm not thinking straight.
Hang on.
Can you hook me up?
Yeah, I got some goldfish. You want some goldfish?
Oh, bingo.
Okay, hang on a
Love
second.
it. Yeah, you go get those and I'll find us a place to sit.
Comes back, he's smoking a cigarette.
Hey.
God, look at that sky.
What did I tell you?
Never leaving Delco.
Those things are going to kill you.
I know. It's my one thing, though,
Gotta have a vice.
Gotta have a vice. I don't drink. But this, taking a cool drag on a night like that. It's just everything. Just everything to this little raccoon.
Yeah.
Smoking raccoon.
From Touchstone Pictures, the story of a friendship, an interspecies friendship. Me, the raccoon in me.
The raccoon in me.
Raccoon.
Oh, my.
Starring Casey.
Oh, dear Lord. All right. Let me go to Chico real quick. Hey, Chico, you're on the air. Good morning.
What's the deal, bitches?
Yo, buddy. All right, you have an interesting story. Do tell.
Oh, man. Interesting story ain't the word. When I was younger, I had a girlfriend, and her dad was a prize coon hunting dog kennel. He had a kennel that they would raise coon hunting dogs.
Yeah.
And they came across one that had some babies, so he decided to bring the baby home to the daughter, and that was my girlfriend at the time. And sure enough, she kept it as a pet. And
what kind of pet was it, Chico? Was it good and or was it a handful?
Oh, it was a handful. I mean, it was cool when it was little, and like their hands feel funny, like leathery, and, and they would do little things. But she called it. His name was Snickers.
Snickers.
It loves Snicker bars.
Oh,
Snickers. Snicker bars.
Okay.
And then what the problem happened was
I love the Snickers.
Yeah, you can bring me my Snickers.
Hey, Chico, hook a brother up with some Snickers.
Yeah, hey Chico, bring me a Snickers.
Chico, over there by the TV, there's a bag full of Snickers. Why don't you sashay over one with two?
What's happening?
Where are my cigarettes?
After my little doobie.
I feel my nice leathery hand.
Yeah, I know. I'll use moisturizer.
When it was little, it would crawl around her shoulders and like hang out in her hair and do all this crazy stuff. But as it got older, it just started doing what it wanted to do. And
it's a wild animal.
It's a teenager. You know how teenagers can be.
Yeah. Did you ever? So everyone here was kind of thinking. Did you ever look at its human-like hands and look at your junk and think,
looks huge in that?
Nah, they got some sharp nails, man. That thing.
Oh, yeah. True.
I can clip them, dude.
Yeah.
It just depends on how many Snickers you're ready to give me.
Yes.
You give me a fun-sized bag of Snickers, I'll bring it all the way to the
southbound, slows from Broad to Fox, and then in Drexel Hill, Vermont Road closed both directions between School Lane and Fern Boulevard, and that's because of the helicopter crash yesterday at Bloomfield Avenue, right in front of United Methodist Church. In New Jersey, 55 northbound jams Deptford to the 42 freeway, and then in Bordentown, 206 southbound at Duns Mill Road, a disabled tractor trailer has the right lane blocked. This traffic report brought to you by Whole Foods. Prime members save on seafood at Whole Foods Market. Take $4 off per pound of sustainable wild-caught, previously frozen sockeye fillets through January 18th. While supplies last, see more on the Whole Foods Market app. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Sorry, I was texting with Rodney, our engineer, and trying to figure out what we're going to do broadcast-wise, so I missed the time.
Totally understood, and it was good. Actually, Preston, Casey was doing a little bit of dancing, I think. Were you dancing? Did I catch you doing that, Casey?
You did.
I saw the dance.
Yeah, it was Franz Ferdinand. Kathy just saw me dancing. She couldn't hear the music. She didn't know what I was dancing to. So
I missed that. I was hoping, because I went downstairs, and we've got... we have the show on our Alexa down there, and so I heard the song still going. I'm like, oh, I got plenty of time.
Yeah.
So but there's a delay and when we actually broadcast live, so I didn't take that into consideration.
It's all good. Really, when you stop and think about it, and by the way, Casey is basically a Russian gymnast on the other side of the board, jumping all over the place, getting this done today. So kudos to you, Casey, for doing that. But I think everything's going pretty well, especially we're going to put a lot more in place tomorrow. Mm-hmm. You got to finish out the week, Preston, at home, and Kathy, we'll see what your situation is, but we're going in the right direction here. So I've stated my piece.
Tell Marissa, by the way, that I am going to call the hotline right now because I can't. I should have done that before.
Yeah.
And I need to do that while we're chatting here. And the reason being, because if we go to any phone calls, then I'll have to actually listen on my phone. But anyhow, doesn't matter.
It's a hell of a show.
What I do want to talk about was what Kathy hit a little bit in the traffic report was the helicopter crash in Delaware County, because I saw that yesterday on the news, and actually the national news carried it.
Yeah.
It was like, wow.
Yeah.
That was pretty wild to see. And number two, I had thought, in Casey, you made me think of it. I do want to get a scoreboard going between Delaware County and Bucks County, like Hogwarts, they have the House Cup. And I would give 50 points to Delaware County for that half.
50? Wow.
Well, no, that is clearly, especially.
Here's what's going to happen, though, is there's going to be, listen, and I want to get into this story because the pilot was amazing and what he or she was able to do. But how are you giving Delaware County points for this? That pilot wasn't from Delaware County.
something great happened. It's up to my discretion.
It is the complete discretion of Preston. He is the one who will allow the points. And also, if you stop and think about this, Kathy, Delaware County was soft enough to cushion the landing.
Well, I was also thinking, weren't Delaware County residents instrumental in getting people out of the wreckage?
50 points, Delco has to be, and I think that I stand by your decision there, Preston. It was amazing because certainly you look at the wreckage, you know what happened, and you thought no one walked away from this, and they did.
I think you got to go with Steve's argument though that it's Delaware County softened the blow.
Soft enough for nobody to be hurt. So, Casey, are you familiar with this church and where this took place?
Well, not necessarily the church. There's it's like a billion churches in Delaware County. I know where it is. I know Vermont Road. I know the cross streets and everything. I don't necessarily know that church. I want to say it's close to Huey Avenue. There's a Wawa close to there. But I've never actually been in that church.
If anybody was, on scene or know someone involved in that, feel free to give us a call, 215-263 WMMR. We'll do our best to work the phones while we're working remotely today. But it was just crazy that this guy was able to control that chopper, because when those things, when they start to lose control, now listen, this is me speaking out of my ass, but with an aircraft, with a fixed wing aircraft, you have the ability to glide and to maneuver, but you are solely at the mercy of what those rotors do on those aircraft, that when something goes wrong, it's got to be much more difficult to control. Kathy, you were going to say something?
Well, yeah, and they're attributing it obviously to the pilot and the fact that that they were able to avoid the house, the church. There were wires in the area, and that it was, you are relying on the pilot's experience and how they react in an emergency situation, basically. And this person saved not only the baby's life, but everybody else on board.
So
people on the ground,
which is astonishing. Again, with all that stuff and that sort of last-minute decision. Now, I know there are tactics and things that can be employed, and we don't know, and obviously we'll learn more as this progresses. But in the classic and very realistic film, Preston, San Andreas, with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, he's a helicopter pilot, and they do have an issue during the flight, and they're able to do something that is, apparently, that is an actual thing that helicopter pilots can do. I don't know if he employed. Do you know what I'm talking about? Where it's
I never saw it. No,
okay,
what happens?
It's a brilliant film, and but you talked about like a fixed wing sort of situation, and then he set it into a mode where the rotors slowed the descent, but obviously you've lost control at that point because you can't directionally glide. That's the nature of the helicopter. But how it also, what you saw, the crash, the helicopter itself after the pictures, I'm like, oh my God. And they walked away?
Yeah.
Or they were helped out? It was amazing.
Yeah. In fact, there was a woman on the scene. I was watching the news coverage, 6ABC had it, and there was a woman who said he managed to crash it very gently, or something along the lines were her comment. So even the people who saw it were amazed that it came down as lightly as it did, because it must have seemed out of control for her to say, I can't believe he landed as softly as he did.
Preston, we have a few calls coming in, and Steve on the line says he can explain what the pilot did. Can we go to Steve Case?
Yeah, we got Steve on the line.
Okay. Steve, how are you? Can you hear me, Steve?
How you doing? I can't really explain what the pilot did, but I know what he tried to do. I was on scene for a little bit, but he was going through the parking lot that is almost catacorner to that Wawa on Vermont Road, and he didn't make the parking lot. He landed in the street and kind of bounced and then rolled towards the church, but he missed every single wire, every single telephone pole, and didn't even touch the church.
Wait, he was attempting to pull into the Wawa parking lot?
There's an empty parking lot next to that row of stores where the hardware store is and insurance agency, and it said that he was going for that parking lot, and for some reason he couldn't make it and landed in the street gently and kind of bounced, and then it rolled and
Yeah,
went
yeah,
towards
Steve.
the church.
What you're saying is what a couple of people mentioned in the various articles that might have been the goal is to go to that parking lot. To go down though with a helicopter and not take out any wires, power lines, anything like that is pretty amazing. So
yeah, it was like threading a needle because the Fairmont Road's not very wide at all. You miss everything, every telephone pole, wire, vehicle. And anyhow, so it's nothing short of a miracle.
All right, thanks a lot, Steve. We're going to go to Gary, who was on the scene of the crash. Gary with the fire department. Are you on, Gary? Please, another crisis. So, are you with the fire department, Gary?
Yeah. So, well, I'm not going to name which department, but so basically, what I wanted to call in and say was just I wanted to give props to the first two companies on scene were Cardington Stonehurst Fire Company and Drexel Hill Fire Company, and they were on scene literally within under 3 minutes, which made a huge difference. So,
I mean, we're honestly so if you take this into consideration, I mean, you're right in the middle of everything. God forbid this had gone down in like a wooded area or something, it would have exacerbated the issue. Yeah.
If he bounced 10 feet in a different direction, it could have been disastrous. So.
All right. Well, that's obviously kudos to all the responders. And in fact, to that point, thanks, Gary. Megan lives near the crash, and her friend's daughter helped pull the pilot out. Megan, is that what happened?
Yeah, we live about a half mile from the crash site and my appointment right there, at that corner, and got in her lift, and they saw the helicopter go down right next to them. And she's a high school senior. She jumped out with her Lyft driver, and she called 911. And the Lyft driver was there, and somebody said, from coming out of the helicopter, here, take this. And it was actually the baby. So the Lyft driver grabbed the baby, and our friend, kind of helped console the pilot on the ground until the, ambulance could get there. But it was quite a scene. A FedEx driver jumped in. A bunch of bystanders jumped in to help. Listen, that's Delco, you guys.
Yes. That's why Delco gets 50 points.
Delco!
No, and honestly, stop and think about it, Megan. I mean, in that, you would think, I think you'd be dazed. You're like, is this a movie? What am I watching? And then the helicopter was on the way to CHOP, was it not?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So the baby, the whole thing. I don't know. I would like to think I would respond in that way. I mean, God bless everyone that did that and responded. Turned on a dime and was able to help out. To process that,
listen. I mean, Kathy. Also, we don't know anything about the pilot, but the pilot could be from Bucks County. We could maybe.
No, I think the pilot's actually probably out of Maryland because that's where the chopper originated from. But Megan was right. I think that was her name. She called in that the girl who was on her way to school, like she got out and was like telling the pilot, trying to calm the pilot down, saying it's going to be okay. We called 911, help is on the way, and that the baby was literally handed to the Lyft driver and said, hold this.
That's amazing. That is so awesome. And I mean, with so much crap, we've had some horrible stories, with fires and things of that nature. To get a win on this, something that could have been horrible, reversed 180 degrees. We actually have Renato. Is that your name, Renato?
Yes, that's me, yep.
Okay, Renato, you can explain, you say what happened and what the pilot did, the actual tactic he used to control the landing. What happened?
So, in a normal helicopter flight, air is moving from the top of the blade down through the blades. So when they lose power, they change the pitch of the blades on the helicopter so that air is now moving up through from bottom to top and is actually spinning the rotor so they can keep enough speed. And then right at the last minute before they come close to the ground, they position the angle of the blades back to flight, and it'll act as like an air brake and slow the helicopter down right before it hits the ground.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but you're basically saying the classic film San Andreas with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson was correct when they displayed this tactic.
Yep, it's called auto rotation.
All right, thanks so much, Renato. You got to give credit where credit is due, and that movie was amazing. Preston, did you take helicopter lessons, or am I?
I did not, but I did actually take the controls of one time because when I was working in radio in St. Louis, there was a. Remember when they used to have helicopter traffic reporters?
Yes.
There was a guy named Alan Barklage. He was well known in the town, and actually a Vietnam veteran. He flew a lot of missions in Vietnam as a combat pilot. And so I got to go up with him in a helicopter one time. We flew around all day.
Wow.
Traffic reports. And towards the end of it, he's like, all right. He's like, and I was sitting in the front next to him, and there's two sets of controls. And the throttle is in the middle of, say, the like the center console, and then you have the stick in between your legs and the pedals. And so I got a chance to do it and fly around a little bit, and it's a pretty amazing operation that you have to be able to, a series of things that you have to be able to.
Cosmo is my magazine.
That's your jam?
Yeah.
You're a
it's
Cosmo
how
reader?
it helps me pick my outfits on a daily basis.
And
I'm a Cosmo girl.
The article is titled 65 Fun and Cheap Dates That'll Put Dinner and a Movie to Shame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? We don't have to spend anything. Let's just stay here.
So do you want me to go through a few of these?
Some are actually...
some are okay.
Some are okay.
Some are silly.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's...
I mean, there's 65 of them. They had to fill up a lot. Fun, cheap date ideas to put dinner and a movie to shame.
Yeah, sometimes it won't put movie and a dinner to shame, but let's go through it. Let's see what we got.
Go to an open house.
I love this. I do that. Do you do this?
We can date, Steve.
Yeah, we could. Let's go ahead.
Yeah, that's fun, and you get to see what people live like and what they have in their medicine cabinets.
I am nosy as F when it, like at night when I walk around and people's houses are lit up. I'm looking in windows.
Right.
I'm going inside.
Nick, what kind of panties they have?
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
What's under the bed?
Go to a coffee shop and read together.
No,
that's ridiculous.
These are the worst suggestions I've ever heard.
You do, Kathy, you do every one of these.
Go to an open house?
Yeah, that's your thing.
Loser.
Yeah.
Okay. Go to a coffee shop and read together.
Look at this. Look at this picture. So they have them reading together. Do me a favor. If you see me doing that with my wife, come up behind us and put 2 bullets in our head.
What we're looking at is 2 people reading the same book at the same time.
Are you done with this page yet? I finished ahead of you. Let's go home and bake.
That would end in a fight.
Yes, it would.
Hey, Stevie Wonder, why don't you take a crack at speeding it up a bit?
Go to a dog park together. It says yes, even if you don't have a dog.
Wow, that's crazy.
Listen, the other folks wanted me to come over and ask, what are you doing here? We think you're perverts. Dog parks are fun. There's Pretzel Park right in Manayunk. Has a lovely little dog park. There's a big statue of a pretzel.
Okay. Here we go. Do face masks together.
You mean like Halloween or
No,
beauty masks?
It says everyone cares about their skin.
This sounds like things to force your boyfriend to do with you.
That's what I'm hearing. Throw a party where your guests BYOB.
That's a lot of
That's
work.
not a date.
That's not a date.
That's
It's
not a date.
stupid.
Start binge watching a new show together. That's
kind of
what
obvious.
that's at home.
Yeah, that's standard.
Here we go. Do a puzzle together.
Oh, no. No. I hate puzzles.
Well, I'm okay with this one.
Are you?
Yeah, puzzles are fun.
Let's do a puzzle.
There was a while where we had just like a puzzle on the table that was whenever you wanted to go over and work on it, it was
my
there.
gosh. That is like a nightmare for me. That's a mess on a table that stays and doesn't leave.
You should have seen her face. She's rolling her eyes.
It's almost like the "Are we having sex?" face.
Ew. Pre-sneeze.
Kathy, the perfect puzzle to get if Dennis ever makes you get a puzzle to do is make sure that when it's put together it spells out "I want a divorce."
Seriously.
So that just looks like a mess to you.
I kind of agree. That's why I hate puzzles. There's always a piece missing.
Have you ever gone to a psychologist for
movements are on the helicopter to get it to do exactly what you want it to do?
Yeah. All right, favorite helicopter scene in a movie, since we've referenced a few helicopter moments in movies. I have one to kind of kick it up. I don't know if it's my favorite one, but in Die Hard, when the FBI guys finally show up and open in, just like Saigon, man.
I was in high school, dickhead.
I think Terminator 2 has a really great, like a series of helicopter scenes, and there is one scene in Terminator 2 where Robert Patrick, the T-1000, is actually flying the helicopter with 3 hands. He's flying the helicopter. He's shooting out the front, and then his other hand is. So there's a moment where, like, I don't know if James Cameron was trying to do that because he's this cyborg that can have 3 hands, or if it was just a glitch. But like, he flies underneath an overpass at one point, and yeah, it's badass.
Honestly, I would say Everest has that's a pretty amazing scene. There's a movie from years ago called Blue Thunder. Preston, you remember that one?
Here we go. Wake up ass early and watch the sunrise together.
No.
Thank you. Make breakfast for dinner. That can be fun. That's good for a family. No, Casey says.
Hey, look, we're having cereal.
Oh.
That's not crazy. Normally associated with breakfast, but we're having it now. It's over, isn't it?
It's over.
Go for a run.
Go for a run.
That's not a date.
I'm going to go for a run, and I'm not going to stop.
That's exercise. See a movie at an off time.
Let's go at 4 o'clock. Isn't that crazy? We're living on the edge. It's over, isn't it? I have some cereal in the car.
It's over, isn't it? Keep running. The next guest's film is not premiering until November 21st, but if you had partaken upon all these movies that are available, you would have gotten to see his movie last night because there was a screening of it.
Yes.
And we are happy to have him back in our studio yet again, and he's brought you so many great films in one way, shape, or the other over the years. Up in the Air, Thank You for Smoking, Juno, Whiplash, just to name a few. And now, here to talk about The Front Runner, we have Mr. Jason Reitman. Yay. Good to see you again, man.
It's good to see you. I just really feel bad for your audience that, you know, they were listening to all these great stories about sex injuries, and then you're like, let's talk about art film, guys.
Well, you know, this way we can say, hey, look, we're well-rounded, and this gives it credibility. Even if we're not well-rounded, we give the illusion of being well-rounded.
I almost buy it.
Congratulations on this. There's a lot of buzz over the movie, which is called Front Runner. It's the story of Gary Hart's run towards the presidency and the beginning of a I think, and as you rightly point out, and I've read interviews with you about the film, it was sort of a flashpoint for when news became tabloid. And things that used to sort of like, you know, like in the Kennedy years, the press sort of said, you know, you got your personal thing, we'll cover it to some extent. And then, you know, or even before, there were some things that just were not, let's focus on the politics, and this is what we're here to talk about. But then it became something wholly other. And I remember as, you know, the Gary Hart story was unfolding, and it just, now, of course, we have a multitude of news sources, but the country was focused. And so, like, in 1 week, a guy who looked like he was going to be the next president, it just came crashing down.
When I heard the story, I just thought, oh, here is a thread that leads us to 2018. When we try to imagine, all right, when does this moment start? When does tabloid journalism drive into the lane of political journalism? Here you have the story that is this kind of great pH test that reflects both sides of the audience.
Politics always surfaces in movies if it's done right because it's compelling. It can be very compelling, and The Candidate is a perfect example.
I have a tattoo from another movie of the same director.
What is it?
It's from Downhill Racers, the poster from Downhill Racers. So I am
awesome.
I'm really nerdy. Yeah.
That's very cool. So, but is that in fact the case?
It's not cool, but I appreciate that. But anyhow, look, it became this way to kind of understand today, and it's this thriller of a movie that touches on gender politics, that touches on the relationship between journalists and candidates, and that line between where our public life becomes our private life.
Right.
Before we got on this conversation, we were talking off air. We're headed to London tomorrow. What should we do while we're in London?
Are any of you guys Harry Potter fans?
Oh,
100%.
Yeah, Nick is massive fan.
Okay,
we're all fans.
They took the 2 stages where they shot the film at Leavesden in London, and they've turned it into this Harry Potter experience. And look, I'm a cynical guy, right? Like, I made Thank You for Smoking. That's who I am. But I filled with positive glee walking through the Harry Potter experience.
Really?
They have everything. They've like broken it down to like every one that was built, every set that was built, how they did the characters. You have butterbeer. It's sincerely magical.
Is it one of those things you got to get tickets way in advance for, do you think, or?
All right, I'm going to be a tool right now.
You pulled strings.
I just called someone at Warner Brothers. But
Son of a bitch.
So first become a famous filmmaker, then call your connection at Warner Brothers.
We're close friends with Jason Reitman.
My rule is always first be born the son of a famous director.
Okay.
And then everything will just line up perfectly.
What if you're a producer on a radio show in Philadelphia and you have a guest who's been to this thing? Can you ask that person to ask somebody for something?
Live on the air, of course you can ask.
WWE is in town, Monday Night Raw, and we want to welcome to our studio gentlemen who will be there. Ladies and gentlemen, Elias is with us this morning.
Thank you. Hello, I am Elias.
Nice to see you, sir. Is this your intro music or?
No, so this was a song off of my debut EP album that came out. It was one of 4 songs that I released. It's called Walk With Me. Went all the way up the charts on iTunes, beat out Taylor Swift and Post Malone, Panic at the Disco, the whole thing.
That's just amazing.
Nice.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
We'll turn this up a little bit. Hang on.
But I know where you're gonna be. You're lost in this crazy world, searching for your destiny.
Very bluesy and soulful and kind of dark. And
that sums me up real well right there, man. Yeah,
Very
that's
Johnny
good.
Cash-esque, too.
Very much so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
That's cool. But also, it gives you an advantage, too, because you can smash guitars over people, too.
It is. It's very nice to
John
have
Cena,
that weapon with. Exactly.
And this is you playing guitar as well?
Yeah, there's actually a nice, we don't have to get to it, but a cool guitar solo coming up that I also did. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's all me.
Hey, you know what? With that, and obviously, wrestling is your trade. It's where you make your money. But you also want to have a music career. Are you careful with your hands when you're in the ring?
Yeah, of course, man. I don't want anybody to target these things. You know what I'm saying? So I make my money in the ring, but also with these. You know,
it's
in
your
many
cottage
ways.
industry. Well, you have Chris Jericho and Fozzy. Sure.
So,
I mean, this is not.
He's the singer, though. I don't think he plays any instrument. As far as I could tell, I don't think Chris Jericho plays any instruments. So
Right.
You know,
but I mean, they've got some good traction. It's not out of the realm of possibility.
Oh, no, no, Fozzie's doing great, man. All over the world, those guys.
With the WWE, it's all about the marketing and the fans enjoying it and getting everybody out there to have a good time. You talk about the different people that come out. I was at a Raw event one time, and there was this woman, like it seemed like in her 70s, going ape-ass. I mean, the age range is astonishing.
Sure.
Who comes out to you? But who would you describe as the core Elias fan?
Man, I mean, a core Elias fan is anybody that believes that WWE stands for Walk with Elias.
There you go.
That's all that
Walk
matters
with
to
Elias.
me, man. That's all that matters to me. And the world screams it at me every week when I tell them. So, I got to say, man, people come, they let loose, they let go, they just enjoy the show, and nothing's more enjoyable than an Elias performance.
How long have you been wrestling with the WWE now?
So I've been in the company for a little over 4 years, and I've been on Monday Night Raw for, I got to say, maybe a year and a half now, something about that.
Is that when it steps up to the next level? Because, I assume there are certain levels of WWE.
Absolutely, yeah. Monday Night Raw is the pinnacle of live television for WWE. Live TV every single week, millions around the world watching, tens of thousands in attendance, whatever it may be.
It's amazing.
How hard do you have to work as a performer to build a fan base?
So for me, it's been pretty natural progression from where I was in NXT, which was our kind of our where you are right before Monday Night Raw, before SmackDown and stuff like that. So I was starting to build something there, and then when I exploded on the Monday Night Raw, the world got to see kind of who I am and what it is, and you build an audience from that point on. So for some people, it comes very natural. Others, it's very difficult, but that's all part of the game.
Well, you wrestled the independent circuit for a while, right?
Yeah, I was on the independents for a few years before I got scooped up by the WWE, probably about 4 years, yeah.
Listen, what you do, there's injuries are part of the deal. And, I've been ringside, and his blood's not fake. You guys get, you'll get your asses kicked sometimes.
No, yeah.
But there are people in place to make sure that you're taken care of. How lawless and unchecked is the independent circuit, and you know, when you're just working your way up. I mean, is it? I mean.
Well, I mean, you're gonna come across all different kinds of things. Not only when it comes down to the performers, you know, maybe not being as trained as they should be, or things like that.
That's what I'm thinking. Guys who don't know what they're doing can really,
you know. But you've got rings, and you know that might not be up to quality.
Sure.
The thing said though, I mean, the level we're at, people get hurt, man. I mean, I could tell you. I myself, it just was a random situation in Nashville a few years ago. I had a guy come off the top rope, land on the side of my shin, and snap my tibia.
You're a bit of a Renaissance man, and not just the music, but you're an artist as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, I do a little bit of it all. I play all different instruments. I wrestle. I paint, of course. Guess you're pulling up my
It's
Instagram.
pretty damn good, man.
I found one. It's very Bob Ross-ish.
Yes.
I'm looking at one that's which is beautiful, and Bob Ross kind of gets, I guess chucked aside, but he did some wonderful things.
And he was Muay Thai, Preston. He fought, he fought in the octagon. Yeah,
I had no idea. Is this stuff that you do? Do you have time to do this while you're on the road, or do you gotta do that at home?
So if I have any time at home, you know, yeah, that's it. And it's Bob Ross, the same style as Bob Ross, which is the oil painting and things like that, which I love, and yeah, so that is if I have any kind of free time. It's just another creative outlet for me, but definitely not painting on the road. That would be nice.
Well, dude, if you can smash a guitar over people, imagine you bring in that little paint spatula that he would use. You just jab it into
some serious damage.
Yeah, you could always
That's right, yeah.
paintbrushes and stuff. That'd be cool.
I have to ask tonight, will Miss Rousey be part of the show?
Ronda Rousey will be in the house tonight.
See if we can call Colonel Sanders. All right, thanks a lot, Carl.
A clinically trained helicopter.
Whatever.
I'm a clinically trained doctor.
Steve, a couple of texts came in, and I'd forgotten about this one, but the in Dark Knight Rises, the Batwing, and I don't know if that's technically a helicopter or even what that
I love
is.
it.
No, it's when your nutsack sticks to
No,
the leg.
not that
That's a
Batwing.
Batwing. Yeah,
Different Batwing, Casey. But that.
It's like a TIE fighter when you bend your sack the right way.
Right. That's a different.
He's right.
Different Batwing.
Batwing. I'll tell you this. I did research on the Batwing, which I think is an incredibly cool
Ball trick.
It is a bull trick.
It is.
They say that you would theoretically it wouldn't work,
right?
Because that particular device is not lifting; it's pushing down. You remember the fan unit pushes down, and that would be too difficult to lift that whole thing up. So if you're ever wondering if Batman is real, no. But the great movie San Andreas.
I just can't. When so many Batwings in front of you, like in mid-conversation, because it happens from time to time. You'll see
sticks.
somebody
Usually in the summer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they turn their right leg out, or depending on which leg, and they lift it up real quick. And you know what they're doing.
Yeah. They're decoupling their nutsack from their thigh.
Yep. It's the little peel that takes place.
Oh, my God.
Hey, Kathy. Yeah.
Kathy did not include that aspect in the news report.
Well, pretty amazing, and I'm interested to see when they eventually, and I hope so, have a chance to talk to this pilot, thank him, and find out what his experience was like, or actually anybody, and hopefully, did anybody ever find out why this infant was being taken to CHOP as well? Hopefully it wasn't something that was, I mean, it was a helicopter flight, so it may have been pretty serious. So
yeah, you know what, Preston, I'm not positive. I actually probably should have looked it up, but I think it's from what it sounded like in the report that it's like one of those services. Like there's another organization somewhere out of Allentown that does similar. So it seemed as though they were transporting the baby, obviously for a reason. There were no parents on board, so they did need to get the baby there for whatever reason. They said that the baby was okay from the crash, but didn't comment on any reason why the baby was being flown.
I would like to hope that because this miracle happened, that whatever is the issue with the baby, that'll carry over as well, and we'll get another miracle, or at least something that's good for this child, because this is a miraculous thing, and carry it forward. We can only hope.
Yeah. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of follow-up on this story, and we'll make sure we cover that. All right. Let us take a break. We got Chris Long, who's coming up in a little while, and more goodies on the way. Text word secret to 39333. We have those Dirty Honey tickets to give away. And who else is performing with them, Casey?
Mammoth, Wolfgang Van Halen.
There you go. So, chance for you to win that. We'll text word secret 39333. Send the word back to you. We'll get a caller a little bit later on, a random texter to win. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Definitely not Peyton on the road. That would be nice.
Well, dude, if you can smash a guitar over people, imagine you bring in that little paint spatula that he would use. You just jab it in
some serious damage.
Yeah, you could always
That's right, yeah.
paintbrushes and stuff. That'd be cool.
I have to ask tonight, will Miss Rousey be part of the show?
Ronda Rousey will be in the house tonight. She'll be at Philly. I'm not sure what she's doing. She's got some issues going on with the Bella twins after last week.
It was sort of brutal.
Called them a bunch of untrustworthy bitches, I think.
I believe those were her words. Exactly.
It didn't sound good.
I love her. Yeah. I have such a crazy crush on her. It's ridiculous.
Ronda?
Yeah.
She's fantastic, man. She's come into WWE. She's lit the place on fire. And above all else, she walks with Elias, so I'm a big fan of hers.
All right.
And Elias, it seems that she did the right thing. You come in. She didn't come in. She didn't come in like. Well, I'm entitled. She earned the audience a bit and did her deal. Correct.
Well, you know what? She's shown the world, aside from her amazing background, right? She's shown them that she is passionate about what we do also.
Yeah.
And as, if you could be real on TV, the fans, the people, they will see that, they will feel that, and they'll either connect to you or they won't, man. So, and I think she's just been real and she's been true to herself, and that's just a huge key in what we do.
I have to ask, when it's all going down, when the production's on and you're it's the cameras are rolling, because there's cameras backstage as well and stuff like that. Is it now such a machine that there's no, okay, here, go, or is there ever you're running around is it pandemonium, behind the curtains there, as you're putting on the whole show?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
No, I mean, in other words, as you're getting everything ready, as you're doing because there's a backstage
you're
area.
Saying, preparing for the show.
Right, yeah.
It's different every single time you show up, man. You know what I mean? It's just it's a machine, and then it's the human element. You know what I mean? And they're coming together, and you got to make a big show. So there's all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
It's several hours long, so you guys, it's a long day of work for everybody, especially the crew, the people that puts all that stuff together and make sure that everything runs properly. But when you're waiting for your match, when you're backstage, wherever they have you guys set up, are you watching what's going on, or do you just wait till your show?
No, I'll be honest with you, man. I'll keep an eye on what's going on, but usually I'm in the back. I'm playing guitar, just kind of getting in my own mind as to whatever I got to do for my performance tonight. Sometimes I like to take a pre-performance nap if I can, get in the right mindset.
Yeah.
Or,
I knew I liked you.
Sit tease to get my voice ready. Whatever it may be, I'm doing my own thing.
Great to meet you. Thanks for coming by here.
You got it.
Have fun tonight. WWE Raw tonight. A team of researchers from the UK and Spain has found evidence showing that, contrary to popular belief, the orgasm face is not the same as the pain face.
I think they're different.
Yes.
I would think that my O face is different than a pain face.
The researchers created a computer program to mimic a wide variety of gender-neutral facial expression. And they started with mathematical models that have been developed for animating faces, and it included a core set of 42 movements representing different parts of the face.
Jesus, this is a scary... These computer renderings are pretty horrifying.
Aren't they? They're weird looking.
They're terrifying.
So in this research, they asked 80 adults, half male, half female, to determine if the expressions showed orgasm, pain, or something else. They used the results to build better models and then asked another 104 people to assess the simulated facial expressions. The researchers found a clear distinction between perceptions of pain and pleasure. Most of the volunteers agreed on which was which, but there was more to the study. The volunteers had also been divided into two cultural groups, half from Western cultures and half from Asian cultures. Both groups saw clear differences between orgasmic faces and pained faces, but they differed markedly in what they saw as the face of a person experiencing an orgasm.
So we're looking at 4 computer-generated faces here. It looks like they're at a Dane Cook show. They're just smiling and sort of chuckling.
Those from here's how it played out. Those from Western cultures tended to choose wide-eyed expressions with gaping mouths.
Yeah.
Asian volunteers, on the other hand, chose smiling faces with tightened lips. This is really great.
It sounds like a bowel movement. All right. Well, what do you imagine, if you can, for me? What would you imagine your face looks like?
Oh God, I don't want to know.
I think I'm kind of like, you know what I'm saying?
I think I have I think I have an open mouth.
Do you wide open? Really?
Oh, something like that.
It's so funny that you have no interest in seeing your own face.
No, my God.
But seeing
people who videotape themselves having sex. No. Are you kidding me?
But seeing your partner's face, seeing your girlfriend's face or your wife's face, like that's a turn on, though. Like I am turned off by my own face.
I think I look like Bogart.
Somebody texts in and says, "O faces look the same as pre-sneeze faces."
Yeah. 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 A little bit. Yes.
I'm making my pre-sneeze face. No, I don't look. There's no way I look like that.
Maybe you
Let
do.
me see your pre-sneeze face, Casey. Stop it.
Do it again.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna make you sneeze so hard.
Sneeze all over your face.
I'm gonna sneeze all over your face.
Oh, that's so gross.
Sorry, just sneezed on your back.
God, I'm gonna sneeze all over your face.
Kathy, there's a question for you. What would you rather have
I'm
all
gonna
over your
sneeze you a pearl necklace.
I think the sneeze face might be accurate.
Really?
A little bit.
I purposely didn't ask
Yeah,
them.
all right,
Yeah, I want to see your pre-sneeze face,
All right,
please.
hold on,
All right, I know you're laughing.
Okay,
but
hold on, all right.
Serious.
This is Kathy's orgasm face.
Second.
Do you think Guppies is still open?
Oh my God.
What time does Target.com close?
Oh my God, will this ever end? I'm so hungry.
Target.com?
That closes?
Last week, well, I already said that.
No, do it again.
Tell us the golf ball story again.
Do it again with a British accent.
No.
What?
The first North American. The first North American tour. Oh my God.
November, December, January, February.
But then a young ingenue came in to turn everything around. Kathy Romano stars in Let's Go to Guppies. Starring Bill Weston as the program director who hates her mentioning Guppies all the time.
She had 2 babies.
Okay.
God, that's a Dawson's Creek.
Oh, yeah.
She had another hit, didn't she? Where Have All the Cowboys Gone? Was that the other?
Paula Cole?
Was that Paula Cole or
Where have all the Cowboys gone?
I remember that song. I wasn't sure if that was her or not. Nick, you'll have to look that up. I did like some of her stuff.
She had hairy pits. Do you remember that?
Yeah. She
was a big thing.
She was.
I thought that was her father.
That was her father, Harry Pitt.
I'm a private detective. Have you heard about my girl?
Name's Harry.
She sings the title song for Dawson's Creek. The sun sunk into the sky like a pearl in a bottle of Prel.
What?
You remember that commercial?
Yeah,
No.
so random.
Nick Stevens has singles or releases or music video.
Where have all the Cowboys gone?
Yeah.
Yeah, Paula Cole. What am I looking up now?
It was the kind of yell you'd see on an office window where people smoked a lot.
I didn't see the title at the top. I just thought that was the Paula Cole page. So yes, Steve,
Right.
she did indeed do.
Thank you.
Where have all the cowboys gone?
I'm out.
You're out? Aw.
It's Friday, late Friday.
It is. It was late Friday.
It was late Friday. I ate all over as if I just won a marathon. Kathy came into the office. Told me she'd made reservations at Guppy. Bill came in, prattling on, something about third leg of the stool.
Can't take it, man. Oh. This is his directorial debut for the film Wildlife. Please welcome back to our studio after 6 years, Mr. Paul Dano. This morning. Good to see you, Paul.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. We appreciate it. Listen, so your directorial debut, and also you wrote the screenplay or co-wrote the screenplay. Going into this, what kind of expectations did you set for yourself? That's a big project.
Yeah, it is. And honestly, directing is such a long journey and such a big experience. I think you're just sort of setting expectations one step at a time.
Okay.
So honestly, at first, you're just trying to write a good script and set yourself up with a foundation that you can feel good on. Then you're just like trying to get the actors to say yes. Then you're just like trying to get the money.
And we're talking years and years, and we're talking about what, about like 4 years?
I would say so. I read a book called Wildlife by Richard Ford, who's an incredible American writer.
Right.
Probably 2011 or 2012, and started turning this thing over in my head, thinking, okay, can this be a film? Can this be a film for me?
So do you immediately option it because because I know how these things play, and you want to make sure you have it, correct?
Correct, but I did not immediately option
Really?
it.
Okay.
Yeah, because I sort of wanted to make sure that I had something to offer it. Also, because I sort of do admire Richard Ford, I really wanted to sort of know that there was a film. Just a good book doesn't necessarily make a film, so why make a film of it? And when I thought of the ending for this film, which is different than the book, that's when I optioned the book, because I sort of knew the final shot sort of gave me the energy and the courage to sort of actually do it.
It's very cool, because I think when you take... So you and Zoe Kazan co-wrote the screenplay, and it was, from what I understand, it was a back and forth process, and that actually, you kind of took a very long run at it at first, and she sort of helped you, whittle it down and get to that point. But you sort of got the blessing from the author of the book to just make it your own property. And at that point, when that happened, you have a sigh of relief? Because I think the onus you'd feel sort of you'd have to be as faithful to the source material out of respect. But when he sort of cuts you loose, was that a breath of relief? Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, not only because I like his work, but he basically said that my book is my book and your picture is your picture.
Oh, that's
you
great.
Need to establish your own values, and that sort of immediately gives you permission to sort of follow now what the film is, and you have to. He had the great bit of wisdom that you can't just sort of translate a book and make it into a film. And my partner and I, Zoe, this sort of story there is that I wrote a first draft. I secretly thought it was pretty good, and then I gave it to her, and she quickly dissuaded me.
Wow.
As friends do. As good friends do. Yeah. This is not as good as you think it is.
Did Richard Ford, the author, did he ever visit the set during filming, or did he stay away from all that?
No, he stayed away. I mean, we kept in touch via email. He writes the most beautiful emails, and we've been in touch. We just did a talk at Lincoln Center the last week in New York. He loves the film, so that means a lot.
So it's a story of a family, and a family going through changes, and it's a funny thing because, a simple story told this way, families can provide your greatest sense of support and love, and also your greatest conflict in life, and your greatest, your greatest issues to deal with, and that's what you were looking to explore with this, correct?
That's exactly it. Richard Ford sort of captured a duality where he was able to look at this hard situation with a lot of compassion, a lot of love. That's certainly how I, sort of grew up. We lived in a one-bedroom apartment in New York. My family was close, but probably too close. And when my parents struggled, we felt it, and it's sort of, I moved to a new town when I was 14 to enter high school. At that point in your life, home is sort of the edge of the world. I didn't yet have friends in that town. And so that is sort of what the film is trying to express. It's really about a kid seeing his parents change, their marriage change, and sort of just being like thrust suddenly into adulthood.
It's got to be wild.
You mentioned your partnership with Zoe Kazan, and she was here with you when you came in July of 2012 for Ruby Sparks, and you deferred to her, I guess, when it comes to the writing process. But what is that like when you have an idea and you really love your idea, and then you give it to somebody else, and they say that's not bad, but I'm going to take? Is it trust? Is it how do you get to a point where you're like, all right, her idea is better than mine?
Well, it's debilitating first.
You're crippled. What do you mean?
No. So in this case, it wasn't that somebody's idea is better. It was like, okay, this was my first time writing. Zoe is a proper writer. She's written plays that have gone up in New York. She's written screenplays that have been produced. She saw what I was trying to do, but was like, I can, and also, frankly, we just couldn't get through a note session because we live together, and you have to sort of protect the relationship from a certain amount of conflict. So I think she was like, why don't I just do a pass, because I think it's healthier for us than if we just fight through these notes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that turned out to be wonderful. And it sort of opened up our process, which was we would talk about the script for 2 or 3 hours, then one of us would take it for a few weeks and sort of do a pass.
We have some breaking news, correct, Nick?
Yeah, we do. So we just got this announcement from Eric Simon in our promotions department. The Dirty Honey Mammoth Wolfgang Van Halen show is going to be postponed. So it was going to happen on Tuesday the 18th. We were giving away tickets for this show. It's now going to be Thursday, March 31st. So if you had tickets or you were trying to win tickets, they will be honored. But the show itself that was scheduled for Tuesday the 18th is postponed and is now going to be on Thursday, March 31st.
Okay, so that doesn't change the fact that we have them to give away for secret text word today. So if you still want to text secret to 39333, we will still have those tickets to give away. They'll obviously just be honored at the later date.
Yeah, and not that much later. Yeah, that's doable. Absolutely.
So back to this Studio 666 thing. I didn't know how they were going to play this off. And if you watch the trailer, it's so the band, everybody in the band is in this, and they're looking for a place to record the new album. And sometimes bands will go to like farmhouses and stuff like that, and they'll take an outside of the box approach.
Right, we want a different sound.
Proper equipment. Yeah, and they'll bring the proper equipment, and so that's kind of what they're doing, I guess, in this movie. And they find this place, and Dave is checking the acoustics, and you'll do that by clapping your hand like that and hear how the echo is. And the moment he does that, he has like this demonic vision. And it starts to head down that path, and then you see Dave becoming possessed. And it looks, and those guys are hilarious as it is. I mean, their regular music videos and stuff are always clever and funny, and so
you know what this reminds me of?
This is gonna be awesome.
Preston, years ago, when they wanted the Beatles to do a movie, they said, we don't want to just do, this is us, and standard stuff. They made two of the funniest comedy movies, in my estimation, ever, A Hard Day's Night and Help. And in Help, they have this crazy story, a globe-trotting sort of thing. Here, the Foo Fighters just went all in, it appears. And you notice who their crazy female neighbor is, Whitney Cummings, who we had her on the show yesterday, and but she's obviously prominent in the movie, and that's pretty cool. But there's a whole list of celebrity cameos.
I didn't pick up on that. I did recognize a couple of faces, and I can't remember off of the top of my head who I saw. But
Jeff Garlin,
going to be right. Oh yeah,
yeah. From the Goldbergs and a whole bunch of other musicians, and I love this. I love what he did. Dave's role in Pig of Destiny. He plays the devil, and he's totally done up in prosthetics and everything. But he's very funny. And you're right; they do have a good sense of humor.
Do you know? And Bill is just going to be horrified to hear this.
Okay.
What band movie was really cute and funny? Was Spice
World. Yes! Spice World was trying to do what the Beatles movies did and do something funny, and they did, and they're self-deprecating. I took my niece to see that, Preston, on the
niece?
Yeah, and I remember when it came out, and I'm like, this is better than I thought it was going to be. It was a lot of fun.
It was cute.
Yeah,
definitely. All right. Well, listen, we got a few minutes. Chris Long is going to be joining us, and we need a little bit of time to play with. So, real quick, can I do a shout out, guys?
Yes. You won't be able to hear the shard, but we'll do it.
They had requested that this take place on Friday, January 14th, but I'm getting it in now. This is from Erwin Roman, who says, my wife, Bree, listens to your show every day. Her birthday is Friday, January 14th. She'd be absolutely elated if she got a shout out on the show. Here's a few reasons why I think she deserves a shout out. Number one, she's an awesome wife. Number two, she's an even better mom to our little guy, Vinny, and his future little brother or sister. She's 17 weeks preggo. 3, she makes sure to let me know when the Bizarre Files are on. And 4, I had to change it back to Shart from the auto-corrected Share like 5 times. So hopefully you guys can make her day. Have a great week, gang. So a Shart out, please.
Okay, done.
All right, and that is for his wife, Bree, Erwin's wife, Bree. All right, so we got a little time to play with, so I think we may as well clear the stock a little bit at the general store.
No, we're doing the general store.
Time to head on over to the general store where Preston Elliott is your proprietor. He's greeting you at the door, but he's doing it remotely. He's actually in his bedroom with his pants off.
I could be with my pants off. I'm wearing my pajama pants.
Right? Yeah, why not?
That's a pretty beautiful thing. All right, so I saw this on a shelf, and I brought it down because I definitely wanted to bring this up. This is pretty messed up. So The History Channel series Vikings.
Yes.
I've never watched.
It's been on forever.
But I know that some people who, really, really love it. So it's a fictional account of a legendary Norse hero, a guy named Ragnar Lothbrok.
Yeah.
And he is a Scandinavian king. Early in the series, a rival leader named, I guess it's Jarl or Jarl Borg, leads an attack on Ragnar's men. Now, Ragnar performs this thing called the Blurn, or the Blood Eagle on Borg. It is a gruesome process of ritualized torture and execution allegedly carried out during the Viking Age. Have you guys heard of this?
So does this hold actual historical significance? Is this actually something that they would do?
Well, this is what this article kind of explores a little bit.
Okay. So yes, no, I have not heard of this.
So the series apparently prides itself in being a historically accurate show, or as close to it as it can be, which is a challenge given that much of what we know about Viking Age comes from like poems telling of their achievements and spoken form rather than written down. It finally got written down centuries later. So is especially the case with the Blood Eagle ritual, which has long been dismissed as mere legend, whether because of repeated misunderstandings during translations of the poems or perhaps a desire by Christian scholars to portray the pagan Vikings as barbaric. So they don't know for sure. But the Blood Eagle purportedly involved carving open the victim's back, cutting the ribs away from the spine, and then pulling out the lungs through the opening to display them on the outspread ribs. And the victim was allegedly alive the entire time, and his last breaths would cause a final fluttering of the lungs akin to the fluttering of a bird's wings.
So it would kill them.
It would kill them, yes.
Okay.
So
that
some
sounds,
accounts
very brutal.
also mentioned the pouring of salt on the victim's wounds as well.
Would they also do the bat wing?
They stick it. They glue your nutsack
to your thigh and then make you run.
Regardless of whether it is fact or legend, performing such a ritual while challenging would have been anatomically possible with the tools available at the time, according to the authors of a recent paper.
Okay, hang on a second.
They're saying that it would have been possible.
It would have been possible. They're not verifying that it was something that was done routinely.
Yeah, they're not 100% sure.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't know why they do this for torture. This isn't like a...
No, when you get a promotion.
All right.
It's torture and execution.
Yeah.
Okay. In Midsommar, isn't there something similar that they do in Midsommar?
Where they
you see the dude's lungs.
It's possible. Midsommar has a lot of very, very creative stuff.
They walk into the barn. The guy walks into the barn.
Right.
And he sees.
He's sort of eviscerated there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe.
I feel like you because you think he's dead, but then you see. I'm fairly certain you see his lungs.
Do you know that whole alive sort of splayed thing, Preston? One scene that always gets me, and I love horror movies. I'm a massive fan, but the one scene that in a movie that really just makes me like, is the scene where Ray Liotta is being fed his own brain in Hannibal.
Oh, Hannibal, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that is just so bizarre and uncomfortable.
I thought you were going to say another one for the Hannibal Lecter lore, because in Silence of the Lambs, when he breaks out of the cell that they have him in, he hangs the guy up in the corner with his arms
right,
eviscerated him like all of his intestines were hanging out and everything. Pretty messed up.
Yeah.
But apparently they said that the Blood Eagle would have been in keeping with the Vikings' cultural mores. However, the victim inevitably would have died from shock and blood loss very early on in the process, so the final fluttering of the lungs is probably poetic license.
I would imagine you'd have to be trained, like the kind of guys who prepare blowfish at a sushi restaurant.
Sure.
You have to do it the right way.
Well, I was watching that show Alone on it's on Netflix, and it's these 10 people are alone by themselves in the Alaskan wilderness, and this one chick, Press, she is super cute, but she's very, very outdoorsy, and she kills a rabbit. Okay,
Yeah.
so she kills a rabbit, and as she's preparing the rabbit, and the camera's there, and she goes, "Oh, you got to check out this trick." And she takes the rabbit's lungs and she starts blowing it up like a balloon. I know, really, really bizarre stuff.
And then she turns a bear's rectum into finger puppets.
That was well. She's trying to entertain herself. She's out there by herself, Steve.
At a certain point, eat the food, but don't turn it into a game. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Well, I thought that was kind of interesting and worth getting off.
That's crazy. Blood Eagle.
We can find here. Okay, so the TSA released its annual list of some of the most unusual items confiscated at airport security checkpoints last year. List from the safety agency includes a puzzling collection of items. What happened there?
I think Kathy has like a. Is it okay, Kathy?
No, it's the cat.
I knew it.
Not the whole system around.
Includes a puzzling collection of items ranging from a chainsaw flagged at a security checkpoint at Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport to a breakfast burrito stuffed with methamphetamine, and that was snagged at an airport in Houston.
Can you buy those right in the airport?
Yeah. The list highlights another tumultuous year for the agency as airports have dealt with issues associated with another year of the pandemic, including a sharp rise in coronavirus cases among employees, and the number of travelers peaked in November, reaching the highest level since the start of the pandemic. The TSA also confiscated nearly, and this blows my mind, 5,700 firearms at checkpoints.
You would assume the word has gotten out by this time that you can't bring guns onto the flight. You can check them.
And out of 5,700, I mean, was there even one of those that somebody had ill intent?
Yeah.
That's got to make you wonder.
I think the odds are pretty good that you had at least a couple that might have been looking to do something during the flight.
Maybe, yeah. So
if you can't bring more than 3 ounces of shampoo, you can't bring your Glock.
So 5,700 firearms, that's the highest number ever recorded in a single year since the agency's inception. So here are the top 10 catches that they have ranked, and they go from 10 to 1. And I'll save you the suspense. Number 1 is the chainsaw.
Somebody thought that was legit.
Number 10, bullets in deodorant. That was found in Atlantic City.
Oh, my gosh.
Atlantic City International Airport.
Sometimes you just want to shoot that stink out.
In Newark, they had an antique pistol that somebody tried to bring on. So there's 2 for Jersey. The meth burrito was in Texas, like I said, at Hobby International Airport.
That could be a band name, by the way, Preston.
Meth burrito.
Meth burrito.
Meth burrito.
Yeah.
Please write that down.
All right.
Yeah.
Put that on my stack behind me.
Write down Blood Eagle.
Blood Eagle. Opening for meth.
We are Blood Eagle. I want to thank the meth burrito. They were great, right?
Somebody brought a gun belt buckle, which I assume is a real gun that is as a belt buckle. That was at Honolulu International Airport.
Quick question here, Preston.
What's that?
A quick question. I wanted to ask, is anyone, the last time when we were flying actually to Chicago for the Hall of Fame induction, did you guys do that? There's a TSA thing now where they pair you up and you walk along a path and their dogs sniff you. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I didn't do that at Chicago, but I have done that in Tampa.
I did it here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
And then, Press, your wife got filled up again at the TSA every time, right?
I think she did. Now, we've been on a good run. Like the last 2-3 times that we've flown, they have not gone after her. But yes, almost every single time Rochelle gets singled out, and they got to search her.
Do they ever?
We're gonna have to feel this one up.
Well, it's a female on female, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I talked to. I know somebody who got pulled through, and it was a female on female, and they essentially went through her front butt, and like in
finger blasting,
cavity search in the front.
Yeah. No, they didn't. It was outside. There was nothing inside, but it was so evasive that there was.
It was.
So you're saying like the labia, like there was in between that, like
she got a front wedgie, kind of.
Yeah, with a finger.
Wow. That seems very invasive.
Very invasive, right?
Unless you're a gynecologist.
Mm-hmm.
And the last time I remember, they don't have those at the airport. You want a quick pap smear while you're in there?
Right, totally. Just a couple more quick items. In Harrisburg, somebody tried to bring a meat cleaver onto the plane with them. In Destin, Florida, somebody tried to bring bear spray on. At Reagan, Washington National Airport, somebody tried to bring a machete onto the plane.
That's off the hook.
Well, all right, so I want to ask, you had mentioned the bear spray, but I wanted to ask about like mace now, right?
Personal mace?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Because people carry it with them all the time. Yeah, they have it on their backpacks and whatever.
I don't think so.
You know, women and stuff like that. Like,
you'd have to check that. You would not be able to bring that onto a flight.
You can't carry that on a flight.
Right.
All right, but what is... All right, so...
what about a cat of nine tails?
No, but when it comes to carrying mace, suppose you're carrying that and you want to go into a sporting event or anything along those lines, and it's on your keychain or something along those lines.
I think you're going to get flagged, right?
Yeah, I don't
know. I used to carry it. I used to carry it on my keychain, and I don't ever remember like having an issue with it, Case. But I'll tell you what, I did throw it out because it started to leak, and I was carrying my keys and then touched my eye. So I was like, okay, we're going to get rid of the mace now.
Yeah, but I wonder about going to a sporting event.
Yeah,
if they would not allow that. That's a good question. Do not know the answer. One last thing, somebody at Syracuse Airport tried to bring fireworks onto the aircraft as well.
Just a few Roman candles to get the stewardess's attention.
You're not even allowed to check fireworks, right? Like, can you even check those?
You're bringing an explosive,
right?
A level of explosive on board. Now, you could bring, correct me if I'm wrong, you could bring a firearm checked in your luggage, right?
Press, one time you and I were coming back from Orlando, and I believe there was a rifle team that was getting onto a plane. I don't know if they were getting onto our flight, but they had their rifles that they were checking at the.
Yeah, as far as firearms go, I know that you can check them, but I believe that you have to have proper permission because there are also state laws.
Yes.
Concerning crossing state lines. It's not like you go into New Jersey with a gun. It's a different story than being in Pennsylvania. So if you're flying one with one as well, I would assume that responsibility is on you. I'm not 100% sure about that, but
you can get special accommodations for. I like to nap with my head on a bazooka, and they'll let me bring that on board.
Sure. When did that trend start?
Just a little while ago.
Okay.
All right. So anyway, be careful what you bring on board an aircraft. I probably have time for another one, Casey. Right?
Yeah, well, it just depends on whether or not we want to break before Chris Long. If we want to break before
I don't know.
Chris
What
Long,
do you want to do? You can break and come back with him if you want.
Yeah, that's what I think I want to do.
All right, let's do that then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We got to close up the shop.
Hey, closing up the shop.
Don't close up the shop. Everyone's sick.
Going to hang the sign on the door. We'll come back for another visit another time. We will take a break. And as Casey said, we're going to have Chris Long on the show. We're going to talk Eagles because some big stuff coming up, obviously, with the playoffs. And also an interesting reason why we got connected with him this time around.
Yes.
So we'll come back in a moment and get into that and more. Bizarre File, all that stuff on MMR.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Sartorial choices.
Yes.
These are clothes?
Clothing, yes.
Okay, sartorial.
It's what she likes to eat at the food court.
Oh, okay. No. Frequently give fans a double take, generally for their stunning elegance. But some are wagging their fingers at the Duchess of Sussex for the skirt that she chose to wear on the final day of her royal tour of New Zealand, Fiji, and so on.
It was a full cooter shot.
Well,
it was up above her waist.
No, it wasn't. She paired a stunning royal blue Givenchy sweater with a sheer blue pleated skirt. So there was some see-through to it.
Well, you know what? She has.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah, I see it. But she has had a higher than they usually like the skirts worn with members of the royal family, but nothing outlandish. Whenever she's out, but she still looks elegant.
You can see the shape of her panties.
Yeah, I mean that's a little.
Does
sheer.
it matter that there are sexy photos of her on the internet to the royal family? Do you think? Because when she did Suits and she did some modeling
there's a whole
stuff,
bunch of it.
Yeah,
and Nick, she had actually just done one prior to this whole
meeting Prince
Yes, and it's excellent.
And the whole family received a portfolio of all of this stuff and said, "Here's what we're dealing with."
She's a beautiful woman. If you need me, I'm going to be reviewing these photographs in my chamber.
How long is that going to take?
Wappa. Fwap.
That's it.
The fappening.
Wappa.
By the
That's
way,
the royal family version of fap.
Why does this all have to rest on her shoulders? Like, why doesn't she have people looking at her going, "Yo, dude, I can see your panties"?
But she makes the final choice.
Yo, dude, I can see your panties.
By the way, Shake Shack, love their burgers, but I might as well eat them while I'm sitting on the toilet because that's how quickly they go through me.
Just for some particular reason?
Yeah.
Do you get the special sauce?
Dude, so...
He makes the special sauce.
I literally ate it one time, and I was driving home. I ate it by Helium. There's one right there.
Oh, no.
And I ate it.
Oh, no.
And I had to race... Oh my God! I'm trying to get home. I was trying to get home.
Yeah.
And it was late. It was probably like 10, 11 o'clock at night. I
can make it.
And by the time I got to about Route 1 on 76, I was like, there's no way I'm going to make it. So let me get to the radio station. Quick. Stat, right?
Yeah.
Got to the radio station. Couldn't make it to the 4th floor. I had to dump by outside next to the...
Dude, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Did you take a dump?
You crapped outside of the building?
I had to.
How long ago was this?
This morning.
God.
Kathy, it was either that or in my pants. What do I do?
Sometimes I don't know.
Right? So I had to do it next to the. So
couldn't you at least pick a competing station?
Yeah. Well, no.
I mean, and also just so open to tell the story. It's amazing.
Oh, not right away. I had to wait a couple of years before the security footage was deleted. You know?
Hey, more FM's right over there.
Right. Q102 is right down the street.
Q102 is down the street. He crapped there.
Oh my God.
The story does get a little bit better.
That's funny.
How?
How could it?
How?
But could you have imagined had he been stopped at another radio station simply because it was an emergency?
Yes. Right.
Local broadcaster in a clear attempt.
Like a superintendent of a school.
Right, exactly.
Right?
He would have been raised to heroic levels here.
Now, how does the story get better?
Oh, man. I think I'm just going to end it there.
Well, no. You started down the path.
Just say it quietly so we can't hear it.
Just whisper it.
They're not listening.
So,
yeah.
So I had to
smeared it on someone's car.
I had to leave it there in the grass.
Yeah.
I couldn't take it with me.
Right.
Oh, you didn't want to take it with you?
No. I couldn't. So what
You
ended
take
up.
your dog for a walk.
So,
I left it there.
All right. So a little bit did end up in my underpants. So I had.
That was just like a bingo.
So I had to put. Luckily I had. Nobody can hear this, right?
Right. No, we're good.
So luckily I had all these T-shirts in the back of my car.
Did you fashion a makeshift underwear?
I literally wore a pink T-shirt as underwear on the drive home. Oh no! It gets better. Okay, so then I'm on my way home and I'm thinking, there is like T-shirts and poop and all this stuff next to the building. All right, so I can't. Like if security goes and they see that on Monday, they're gonna go, well, who pooped here?
And look at security.
They're gonna look at security and they're gonna see me, like all ashamed, crouching next to my car. So on Monday, I came back to work with a giant trash bag and I had to like collect it all.
Oh my God!
And then throw it in the dumpster.
So he cleaned his spot.
Yeah, I cleaned my spot.
I hate you.
I hate me too, Kathy. When I got home,
And this was all because of what?
freaking Shake Shack.
Oh, Shake Shack.
No, not Five Guys. Don't you?
They're
talk bad about-
fine.
Yeah, they're fine.
Where in the building was it?
On the over
By
at
the loading docks. Well, you unloaded.
Yeah, I had to go. What's that?
Why didn't you come inside?
He couldn't get in.
I couldn't make it. I couldn't make it. I do. Believe me. I'm not. This is not a proud moment here, Kathy.
Though you would assume it could have been a proud moment.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad you came back, and that's noble.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it wasn't necessarily noble. It was self-preservation.
The last thing you wanted is that footage to end up. But what's worse, the footage of you doing it or the footage of you collecting it back up in the bag?
They watched both and they were like, okay, well, he came back and cleaned.
You know, we'll erase this.
All right, so you should eat your hamburger upside down.
On the toilet.
That's what we got.
That's all I noticed. I didn't. There's that's it. I can't top that.
No, it ends there.
I will not be able
like
to.
a derailing train.
Right.
So nobody heard that, right?
Nobody heard that. People magazine is named its 2018 sexiest man alive.
Yeah.
And it is Idris Elba.
Kathy?
The British actor says the honor has given him a boost of self-confidence.
What do you think? Are you an Idris Elba fan?
Pull up a picture.
Okay. You don't remember?
You don't know what he looks like?
No, I do, but like, let me just look at.
Let her drink him in.
I don't like. Is that the picture they use?
Let her take a sip of that chocolate.
Yeah,
milk.
that's from people.com.
I don't love the picture that they use. I wish they used a different picture, but yeah, no, he's good looking for sure.
He was surprised after being crowned this year's winner. I was like, come on, no way, really? He told the magazine.
You guys.
He said, look. Here, there's the cover picture.
Yeah, he's kind of like he's like Lovey.
Well, like Lovey from Gilligan's Island?
No, like not where you would look at some of them and be like, oh my God, he's so hot. Like this guy's like, he probably would give you a good hug.
Part of it is his voice and his demeanor. He is planning a wedding with his fiancee Sabrina Dahor. No.
Yeah, well, I don't
Sabrina
know.
Dahor?
Dower.
Dahore?
Dahore.
Oh, you mean Dahor?
Dahor. It's all the same letters.
Who are you marrying? Sabrina. Oh, Dahor?
Dhowre.
No, not Dahor.
If you move the W to the beginning or in between the D and H, it looks like Dahor.
No, it's Dahor.
Dahor?
Dahor.
Dahore. No. Anyhow, the actor has a.
All right, thanks, Kat. So our next guest is ready to go, and we're excited to have him on because it's an exciting time for Philadelphia Eagles fans, and of course he does happen to have a Super Bowl win with that very team, and a great podcast called Green Light. All kinds of wonderful things about a very charitable guy, and an interesting way how we got this together, which I'll explain in just a moment. Please welcome Chris Long.
Yeah. How are y'all?
We're doing good, Chris. How are you, man?
I'm doing really well. Good to finally meet the people with the great minds.
All right, so yeah, let's get right into that. A Russian singer brought us together, right?
Yeah, is it the same one?
Yes, yes, it is.
That guy?
That guy!
Yeah.
How did y'all find him? Because now that I know it's the same guy, we're gonna find a different Russian singer or something. But my buddy and I love YouTube, like most adult dad age white guys. We just spend all day on YouTube. So he was sending me these videos one weekend. I think he was pretty stoned or something, and he was like, "Hey, check this out. This guy's incredible. I mean, like, you're not gonna be able to stop watching." And lo and behold, I was just obsessed with the video. Like, what a weird place.
We had stumbled across that. I want to say in like 2003 or something like that. We were somebody had sent it to us, and it was just a YouTube vid, and we're like, what is this? What is this guy doing? And immediately we're like, that is our end of the show every Friday. So every Friday when we wrap, that's the song that we go out with. And further research on it, and Steve, you would know better than I would, because I'm not sure if I recall correctly or not, but there was a time in
Soviet Russia,
Russian media and entertainment that they weren't allowed to sing lyrics. So they would have to, because for fear of, I guess, a poor message getting out to people. So they would essentially make up just syllables and use them in place of words, and that's where that song came from. And it took off like that. That became a viral video, and the guy, I remember, released a statement like 6 months later, and he was so excited that people had found this goofy little video.
Well, and also,
he died a few years ago.
He's so enthusiastic, and the truth of the matter is that that's exactly it. They were afraid that music has obviously been used to protest for forever. And so the fear was that a hidden message would get out in lyrics. So that's why he's basically doing that. Yeah. But he's so thrilled, and the look on his face is so,
Oh my gosh, it's the look that makes it.
He actually,
Like I don't know. Maybe if you play it backwards, like Led Zeppelin or something. There's some like anti-Soviet Union stuff in there.
It's quite possible. It's bizarre, Chris, because he actually, I just looked it up. He recorded that video, that song, in 1976, and then it became international, and people started paying attention to it in 2010. So I think that, YouTube helped to spread it around. But like weirdly, stuff like that can live and exist for a long period of time, and nobody knows about it, and then it just becomes this global thing. And now, in a weird way, we're talking to you because of this shared love for Edward Keel. That's the guy's name.
Is that his name?
Yeah.
Well, that's amazing, and it is funny. I mean, like, there's a lot of good Russian TV down that rabbit hole. Like, that's a rabbit hole I enjoy, like old Russian TV on YouTube. So I'm glad we found it, but I certainly, when I heard you guys had it, I was like, oh no, somebody's going to think we like, and then I heard it was a Philly radio station. I was like, oh, we're dead to rights.
No.
Not at all.
It's quite possible. It was actually, it ends up on different, there are a couple podcasts that use it now. I think we were the first to probably employ it for that reason.
Yes, probably in 03. I mean, listen, you guys are trailblazers there, and you know what? We're coming together over the love for Russian music. So
you know, it's funny though. In a way, the suppression. The fact is that the message got out anyway, because even at that time, people would say, "Why?" And I remember reading the extensive story about it. Why are there no? What is this form of singing? And it was almost implied that this was the reason, even within the Soviet Union, and so the message got out about the suppression of any of that stuff. So in a way, the guy ended up winning, ultimately. But it is, again, the singing with the crazy face on the guy and classic Russian eyebrows. It's just priceless.
The eyebrows.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, we've played it so much over the years that I think each of us could probably sing like the first 2-3 minutes of the song and yet, be pretty close to the quote unquote lyrics. We've played it so much.
Yeah. I had it stuck in my head for a couple weeks.
Yeah. Ha 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 ha.
And then my favorite part is my favorite part is
Chris, I'm so glad that we have you on right now. I've been actually trying to, when you were playing with the Eagles, we had you on once before to talk about the Water Boys, but I've become such a fan of yours off the field. I just, I follow you on all types of social media. I'm really happy for your success with your podcast. There are a couple of big names, I think, in the world of football-ish podcasts. McAfee is another one. But what I like about you, A, you have a great sense of humor, but B, you're not afraid to speak your mind, and I think that's one of the things that I really dig about you on your podcast, as well as you on social media.
I'm working on that. Sometimes I can speak my mind a little too much. I don't know if you guys ever get that feeling. Like, shoot, what did I just say today?
Well, last week he said "blow me" to some dude on Twitter, and I thought that was great. I was like, I wish I could say that stuff like that.
Just did.
Yeah.
That was my nicest option.
But even still, like afterwards, somebody said, you were like, no, I didn't yell it. I was just saying it, And I'm like, there's the difference.
The problem with those exchanges is you can't read tone. So somebody will write something that just look like a huge asshole, and they don't have very good table manners, or they're not their social skills aren't that adept anyways. And then they go to type something out, and it comes across looking like just the meanest thing anybody could say to you. And I like interacting with people on Twitter, or I did. I don't know. I'm trying to get away from Twitter, but I like interacting with people, but inevitably there's always going to be disagreements, and you just try to not spend too much time on them.
We live in a time where simply people consider a disagreement or a difference of opinion as an act of violence. That's which is insane. I happen to say, as I'm a little bit older, I've changed my mind over the course of my life, hearing other people's arguments. I've been informed by other people's decisions, and I may have had a totally different opinion. How do you ever evolve as a human if you don't embrace dissension or don't embrace another opinion. I've built foundationally things that I now believe by listening to lots of different opinions. But it's, it is the way of it. I think eventually it will collapse in on itself. We were all, Chris, talking about. Remember when everyone had Tom as a friend on MySpace, and it was all, it was like, it was the most benign. It was like the early days of hip hop and rap. It was, it's great. But you can't stay that pissed off and that acrimonious forever. And eventually, again, you see, like having losses like Bob Saget passed away, and he was a guy who was universally loved as being a pleasant guy. You'll benefit more in life by being that way. You'll benefit more. And you with all your charitable endeavors, that's what lasts, not the acrimony.
Yeah, I hope so. And I think I think the biggest problem with social media is that we kind of go to our corners and nobody talks in person.
Exactly.
I think, there's a lot less contentious, like disagreement, counterproductive disagreement when you talk to somebody in person. Like, you're able to in person share, views and opinions that might differ from the person you're talking to. And that reaction is going to be a lot less productive, combative, and more constructive. And there's going to be a conversation when you talk in person. And I just think we've turned into this society where we just sit behind a screen, and that kind of sucks. So I'm working on it's hard with a podcast because, nowadays when you do a podcast, the prerequisite is to have this online presence. And to be honest, I would have left like social media in the dust after football if it weren't for this damn job. But it helps grow what we have. I would like to eventually get to the point where my producer is typing my tweets and signing it with my name, because I don't want any part of it, but I kind of have to deal with it.
I hear you.
What did you think, Chris, when you saw people in that line of work that were airing their dirty laundry about the team, about the league, about their own team and own league, and throwing that stuff out there? I mean, that seems like it's very little good can come from that.
You talking about the Philly stuff?
And anybody in professional sports that wants to complain about or just air grievances about their own organization.
Yeah, I think honestly, like as players, and, I'd need an example, but I would imagine if a player has an issue with an organization, the first thing you can do is go upstairs and air that grievance face-to-face, man-to-man. If you have an issue with a teammate, you should do that face-to-face, man-to-man. Just like in the workplace, if there's a disagreement, I think communication is an incredible tool that a lot of people opt not to use. Direct communication and doing that calmly. There's a way to do that. But I also think eventually, like, some of these teams might not be receptive to that and might kind of ignore guys. And then guys feel like they don't have a place to turn. So that's where I think you get the leaky stuff. Now, with somebody like the AB thing, that dude was going to air his grievances, how he was going to air his grievances. But I think for the most part, keeping things in-house and giving your team and your teammates an opportunity to keep things in-house is always like the best policy first. And then, like, hey, if things get out after people aren't receptive to listening to you or you're continuing to get screwed or whatever, like, football's an ugly business, man. It really is. And inevitably there's always going to be some drama. But I also think a locker room is a really special place. And so if you can kind of keep things in-house, that's like a great way to be. In Philly, we had some unnamed source stuff. We had that type of thing, and it was disappointing. I'd almost rather somebody just get online and say what they feel than like run to a reporter behind everybody's back.
I have to ask, so, you're building up this skill of, interviewing and you have, it's not just football, you have other people on the show as well, and musicians and so on and so forth. And you did something that I've been flirting with the notion, which is my dad is in his 90s, and he just actually recorded a lot of sort of hours of information about his life that predates us as children. And I'm thinking of interviewing him. You interviewed your dad with all the skills that you have. How was that? Was that weird? Was it comfortable? How did you approach it?
I think it was so comfortable. And I think that, by the way, is very cool. I think, like older folks, there's just like information, like you said, that when they pass on or whatever, like we we just can't get that anymore. Like, we're only going to be able to see their world through the lens of pictures and videos, and you won't have storytellers. So I think that's really cool. And I think, my dad's 62. God willing, I got another 40 years with him, but I'm always appreciative of every day, with my parents. And I think when you got a dad like mine who's, everybody from that generation had crazier stories than us. I feel like, growing up the way he grew up, overcoming some of the adversities that he overcame, and having a Hall of Fame football career, but also being a really good human being. I can honestly say that. And one of my best friends, if not my best friend. So that was like the double whammy as a podcast. Like, usually there's the comfortability aspect of a pod. Like, do I know the guest? Is this going to be easy to shoot the breeze with this person? And on the other side of the coin, how interesting is this person? And with my dad, it's like a 10 out of 10 on both sides of the coin. And for me, I love it. I mean, I've interviewed him a couple times now. Whether we do Father's Day, we probably do it every Father's Day. It's like, it's just the perfect guest for Father's Day.
Right. Your father.
I've done it. I've done it in the season when I need a guest in a pinch. Like behind the scenes, I text my dad and he's down to come on right away. And afterwards he's like, was that good? Are you good with everything? Like, did I give you what you need? And that's him in a nutshell. He's always been there for me in every way, as a friend, as a coach sometimes, as a mentor, and as somebody who tells you what you don't want to hear sometimes.
That's great.
Chris, I want to ask you specifically about two of your former teammates when you were here in Philly, in Jason Kelsey and Lane Johnson, because they both had great years on the field. Lane certainly had some issues off the field, and I really applaud his efforts for bringing mental health among many other athletes this year to the forefront, and people paid attention to it, and I think that that's a good thing. And then he came back, had a really good, successful season, scored a touchdown, which was freaking awesome. As an Eagles fan, to see Lane Johnson score a touchdown was really cool. And Jason Kelsey, you're talking about good guys. Like, there just continues to be what you want an athlete to be, especially in this town. So if you can speak a little bit about both those guys and your impressions of them.
I love those dudes. I talked to Kelsey yesterday. I talked to Lane probably once every couple days, like maybe once a week. I just, a lot of your teammates, you play with so many guys in the league. I played for 8 years in St. Louis, where we were very bad and there was a lot of roster turnover, and I played with probably 1,000 people. I don't know. That's an exaggeration, but it felt that way. So to have friendships with guys that you played with, I'll put it this way. A lot of people say, hey, when I retire, I'm going to miss the locker room. That's my biggest concern. I'm going to miss the guys. Like, yeah, you're going to miss some of the hanging out, some of the routines, some of the being, in the hotel Saturday night, eating at 10 o'clock, eating cookies, watching college football, getting ready for tomorrow, just hanging out, shooting the breeze in the training room, on the bus. But your real friends, you stay in touch with them. So you're not going to miss your real friends. Like, your real friends are going to stay involved in your life, and you'll stay involved in theirs. And those are two guys to me that I'm going to consider lifelong friends. And I think anybody that played with Kelsey or Lane knows what I'm talking about. Kelsey wears his heart on his sleeve. He's a great teammate. He's somebody that lets you know right the way you stand, and I'm kind of the same way. So we really hit it off. There's not a lot of mincing of words in that relationship, which is awesome. And Jeff McClain just had an article out about Kelsey that was really good, about his Man of the Year campaign, and I think he's a tremendous human being. I think he's worthy of that award. And Lane's a big kid, man. He kind of reminds me of my little brother, just packaged a little different. So, I felt like we had a great relationship, and we also made each other better in practice. So that was a special experience. And both of them, I've been on vacation with both of them. Lane came out to Montana before the season this year. And I'm just very proud of Lane, because everything he did this year was much bigger than football. I think when you talk about mental health as a player, as macho as we're supposed to be, and as macho as Lane is, he's a total badass.
Yeah.
But this is something that touches everybody, and even the 6'7" guy who's 330 with abs and allowed 4 pressures on the year and 1 hit and no sacks and should have been in the Pro Bowl, but he got snubbed. But who cares, because that's a BS award anyways. Lane encompasses, everything you want in a guy. He's a great athlete. He wears his heart on his sleeve. He's got a big heart, but he's also honest and vulnerable. And I think that what he did this year was his best play.
Yeah.
He's made a lot of plays in his career, but to do that, I mean, I bet you he saved somebody's life. I mean, just that's not out of the question that an Eagles fan is listening and can't talk about their issues, and Lane comes out and does it and takes those arrows, because it wasn't unanimous praise. I mean, there were some people that said, what the hell is this? You can't leave and get your stuff together.
Yeah.
But that's exactly what you need to do. You need to prioritize your health. You need to prioritize your mental health, and you need to look out for yourself and be vulnerable and be open.
Yeah, well, I wasn't even aware that he had any sort of issues with his mental health until Brandon Brooks had his issues, and then I had heard, I watched a lot of pregame football stuff that that those two would talk to each other on the phone and, hey, did you get sick yet? Yeah, I just got done throwing up, and that was like a pregame ritual that they had these anxieties, these nerves, before the game, and I think that to me makes complete and total sense when you're talking about that battle that goes on,
debilitating.
Yeah,
like a lot of people think about anxiety and they think about like it's just somebody being negative or somebody being like, yeah, and it can be. I mean, like as somebody with anxiety right here, like I don't have it like where I'd get panic attacks before the game and kind of have these physical symptoms. I mean, a lot of people wrote that off as just this abstract idea of being negative or being nervous.
But let me ask you, and I hate to jump in here because you're making a good point, but let me ask you, listen, you're a mountain of a man, right?
Yeah.
So you think like, oh, well, what do you have to be afraid about? But like you're going up against another mountain of a man. Like how scary is that? Even though that you have been doing it your entire life. Like, I mean, how scary is that?
Well, I don't think anybody's scared of anybody. Like, I don't think it's a thing where like I'm not afraid of any person. It's just, I think anxiety probably manifests in a lot of different ways, and I could imagine the pressures of the job are probably the number one culprit for a lot of players. Like we are under a lot of pressure. If you think about it, I mean, try to imagine your worst day and all the people that day affects. I mean, like for y'all, there are a lot of people that you can affect with a bad day. But imagine, you have a bad day at work, and all problems are relative. And I'm sure people experience the same nervousness and pressures at home. But like, then imagine 90,000 people hate you, or, that you fail on the biggest stage, and it's right there to replay. It's like when you do something dumb at work, it might be hearsay. Somebody's going to talk about it at the water cooler. But, for us, they're going to replay it all week on national TV. And another thing that's really tough about playing in the NFL is like your manhood is on the line every day. And that's it's an incredibly like alpha male environment, which we all signed up for and we ultimately love. That's why we're here. But for some guys who have real issues that they're working through, like they can be impediments to functioning. And so like, I think guys getting help, talking to somebody, seeking, the right medication, like whatever. I mean, there's a lot of guys with underlying mental health issues in the NFL that probably don't get help because they're afraid of looking weak, because in our sport, weakness is a big deal. It's not something you want to project. But that's not weakness. I think it's strength. I think that's become more of a talking point for good reasons.
You're right. I didn't think about the pressure of, okay, I got to do everything right, because if I don't, something that took a millisecond out of my performance today is going to be sliced and diced up into little bitty pieces and talked about for at least a week or longer.
Yeah.
And you're under the microscope every single time. So
and it's not a choice.
Yeah.
It's like I can try to play as well as I can. Like I guarantee you, I tried my hardest towards the end of my career to be perfect, because at that point in your career, the mental elevator is high and the physical elevator is low. In your prime, those two are like right here. They're at the same level, but they're two ships passing in the night. And when you get older, you're like a perfectionist and you understand the game, and but your body just won't let you do the things that you know how to do all the time. And even in your prime, like it's not a choice. Everybody else gets paid too. So like, I could work my ass off, try to go make that play. I might pinpoint the formation that, you know, they're going to come out in when they run it, and I might whiff on the tackle, or I might just not be able to get off the block quick enough. It's not a choice. And I think that can be one of the most emasculating, like, mind, you know what's in our sport is like hard work doesn't pay. Like, always.
Well, it's an interesting, yes, those realizations resonate. I mean, my thing that always sort of mobilized me and galvanized me was at a certain point it became not being able to work, to take care of the people that I love, those things that, and you could say, okay, well, this is a media job like this or whatever, that's part and parcel of what you do. That's part of the job requirement. But it doesn't make you any less terrified of that. It doesn't make you suddenly don't shut that switch off and you're not dealing with it. And so I think you're right. The ability to, as any player or you or anyone getting the message out about tending to yourself, of taking that thing, that does save lives. It's an honor in a way. Years ago, I had a bout with cancer and beat it. And then to me, the ability to pay that forward and help other people with that's life. That's the gift, to be able to do that.
That's the point. If you can't do something with whatever you like, turn your negative into a positive, because like I know for Lane, like whatever he's dealt with has been tough, because it was no secret that, you know, he had issues that he's dealt with and overcome, and the same thing for Brooks. Like I've heard about the panic attacks. Like I know how tough it is to wake up on game day for certain guys. Like, and these guys aren't afraid of anybody. They're just, you know, that fear of failure or embarrassment or it's not good enough. The pressure of kind of it's a high pressure job, and I know like we get paid a lot, and we are very lucky, and I wouldn't trade it for the world. But there are realities that come with any choice you make in choosing to play pro football. There are things that come with that. And, you know, certain guys can't sit well with it. And even after football, I think, you know, mental health is as big an issue after football. You know, a lot of times we boil it down to head trauma, and that's real. But I think also there's a tremendous feeling of loss when you lose the game. I mean, and you're not doing what you were put on earth to do anymore, and you feel like scrap metal. So like a lot of guys struggle after the game. And I think so this conversation is important for not just people, but for football players that look to Lane and say, hey, that's one of the best players in the league. And he needed time, and he needed to get it right. And I think everybody respected that.
Yeah, Chris, you've always, to me, have come across as a mindful person, and I wanted to ask about where that mindfulness comes from. Like, and I'm just thinking about, you had mentioned, we make a lot of money, right? And so a lot of us we see, the players walking into the locker room from their cars, and they're getting out of Maseratis or Lamborghinis, and they're wearing the newest
Toyota
Jordan.
Tundras.
They're wearing the Toyota Tundras, but they're wearing the newest Jordans, and you spend a lot of time in a locker room, and you're surrounded by people that are from all different walks of life in all different areas, and they didn't always come from money. They didn't always get out of a Maserati, and so you have spent a lot more time with people that have come from very, very meager beginnings, and from all over the world, really. And so how has that informed your mindfulness?
Well, my parents, my parents are very caring people. They're very empathetic people. They're thoughtful people. And, like you talked about some of the people I play with in my locker room, and certainly a lot of those conversations served me well in like kind of empathizing with things and, getting involved with stuff. But my dad, he didn't have the upbringing that I had, and football gave him an opportunity to raise kids in an environment that he didn't get to experience. And I think that fact off the bat, and his reinforcement of like, we're not third generation money. I'm the first one that grew up with money in my family. And so I think, keeping that groundedness of like my pops being able to highlight, like almost annoyingly, how lucky you are, and also like kind of how he had it, that whole thing. And also just entering a locker room full of guys, like you said, with different backgrounds. I think what's so cool about a football locker room is like, it's people from every walk of life, and it's also the place where you can be the most open. Like, we've had conversations in locker rooms that are really difficult that I think a lot of people in corporate America, these conversations would never occur in the lunchroom. There's a certain openness about, and almost safety in a locker room of like, hey, the doors are locked. What's said in here, what's discussed in here, the revelations that people have, how they come about those revelations, some of the conflicts, some of the tough conversations, some of the things we might be embarrassed to share. It's safe because it's in the locker room, and these are guys that you really depend on in a lot of ways. And I really think it's special because I think increasingly, as we talked about earlier, like there's less opportunity to really level with somebody and talk to them in person, and the most diversity of upbringing, ethnic diversity, religious diversity, like NFL locker room, and then also the safety to have those conversations.
Chris, I think in another life, you and I probably could have been best friends because you love Pearl Jam. I love Pearl Jam. You've climbed Kilimanjaro. I've climbed Kilimanjaro. And my brother married Jenny Hanger, and her sister is Jane Hanger. Yeah. And so I know you grew up with the Hanger sisters, which is adorable, and they're part of my family. They saw your name on the St. Anne's Belfield Wall of Fame, and rumor has it that while you were pretty good at football, you were only mediocre at baseball. Is that true?
That's not. I would say I was mediocre at hitting the curveball, but I was elite at hitting the fastball. I could park a fastball at your studio.
There you go.
But Jenny's brother, George, was like a ridiculous hitter. I mean, and George didn't say two words, country boy, like just quiet. And he was kind of scary. He was like older than me. But we had a pretty good little team, and I loved baseball. I just, again, like once I got big, I couldn't hit the curveball, and I was like, all right, there's a fork in the road. I could continue down the road of being 250 in high school and lifting weights after every practice and busting my ass, or I could stay loose and try to play D2 baseball or something. I don't know where I would have ended up. But,
big decision.
But I did love baseball. It was a lot of fun. I'm getting into the Phillies. I'm trying to get into the Phillies, man. Like I'm trying to get into Major League Baseball again. It's been a break since I was a kid, so we'll see.
All right. Well, we're gonna have to wrap in a moment, Chris. But we definitely got to talk about the elephant in the room, the Eagles and the Bucks, and get your take and where your mind is at on that, because you got a little bit of history there.
Yeah, we should be talking about the Eagles and the Bucks. We shouldn't be shy talking about the Eagles and the Bucks. I think the Eagles can beat the Bucks. I do. Jalen Hurts is going to have to play, like a veteran. And I think what's amazing about the Eagles is, and they played these guys in September or October, but it was 28-22. I think Eagles had the backdoor cover if you're keeping track at home. And I do think they cover this weekend at the very least. But these two teams are completely different. Look at the injuries that Tampa has sustained. I mean, obviously, we know what they are. Chris Godwin, do we know what that means? I mean, Chris Godwin is his Julian Edelman. I mean, but probably maybe more talented, better, and somebody that Tom trusts in those stick situations if you don't have Gronk. So you take away that security blanket. Leonard Fournette, who was a lot of the reason that they were able to make that run late in the year last year, is out. AB, who took the top off the defense for them, but also probably made things a pain in the ass in the locker room, is out. And on the other side of things, Philly, and I got to give credit to Nick Sirianni, a lot of people counted him out just off a press conference, because we are so eternally cynical when it comes to new coaches and that sort of thing. Young guy, didn't seem like he had it together, I guess, but this guy with a big assist from Philly fans pressuring him to run the ball has done something that I almost never see from coaches, which is adjustment, like in-flight adjustment, like, hey, manage my ego. I know I thought this was how I wanted this offense to run, but we're going to go with the 50-50-50 plan. We're going to get three guys 50 yards a game, and we're going to maximize dudes like Gainwell and Quez Watkins is gonna step up for us. They not only have changed the mode of attack, but also they've gotten a lot of guys involved that you didn't think would be involved. So I think you've got a chance if you can be great on third down defensively and the pass rush can get there, because this is going to be a sticks game for the Bucs. They're going to have to matriculate the ball down the field, I would hope. The big key to me is, can Josh Sweat play great? Can Derek Barnett play great? Can Fletch play great? If those guys can, Hargrave, they can get after this team, and I think they can beat them.
So when you talk about trench warfare here, are the Eagles' offensive line versus the Bucs' defensive line?
Big deal.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And who do you think the advantage goes to there?
I think the Bucs have, when they're rolling, the best defensive line in the league. If you look at the two edge guys, they're great. I also think that we can handle the two edge guys. We can manage. I think, I like Lane in any matchup against anybody he plays. And Stoutland's done a great job up front. Jeff Stoutland's a guy that fans will know that name. Peter King asked me to rate like Coach of the Year, Executive of the Year, Assistant of the Year, all that stuff this week. And I said Jeff Stoutland was the Assistant of the Year because look at the injuries they've had. Couple that with some of the young players they've developed, Dickerson, Mailata over the last couple of years, an Australian rules football guy, and now he's a borderline Pro Bowl type guy. I mean, he's a Pro Bowl type guy in the NFL. They've just done a great job. And so at the very least, I think that's a stalemate. I really do. But they're going to have to play great. It's like Vita Vea is a guy that people might not talk about as much, but might be their most important piece. He can wreck the game inside. I actually worry more about Vita Vea and Sue than I do the edge guys because we have the tackles to neutralize that matchup. I mean, but you're right. That's the biggest matchup of the game. And oftentimes we take that stuff for granted because the O-line's been so historically good in Philly.
Yeah. I love game week, right? I love everything leading up to it. I watch the ESPN. I watch the NFL Network, all over Twitter. There's one guy on Twitter that I'm just so enamored with, and you may know him. His name is Thomas Peterson. He is not from America, right? He is a doctor from, Denmark, maybe? There's no reason why this guy should be an Eagles fan or a football fan or whatever, but he is.
Birds fan.
And he's a huge... Are you familiar with this guy?
No, but they're everywhere, man.
Well, this guy, his name's Thomas Peterson. He breaks down the game. I mean, he is a doctor, but he breaks down the game and he finds this footage and he breaks things down and he's been doing it all season long. I think for you, he might be an interesting get for your podcast because for all intents
and purposes, from Denmark.
Yeah, a doctor from Denmark who knows his stuff about. He's not an American transplant in Denmark. He is from Denmark.
He's Denmarkian.
He is Denmarkian. But I
is that what they say? I think we're big in Denmark, man. So maybe we get your doctor on and he goes.
I listen. I know we have to wrap this up, and I cannot wrap this up without telling you that your father has been a kind of a running joke in between me and my best friend for a long time, and he's not the joke. My friend is. So he and I are at a bar on a Monday night, and your dad comes up on the screen, and my friend turns to me and he goes, "Howie Long's a good-looking guy, isn't he?" And I just looked at him, and I'm like, what? And so ever since then, I have on his birthday, I have blown up posters of you might even know this picture of your father in the locker room. It's a black and white photo with him with his shirt off and an ice pack on his knee. I will.
Yeah, I do know that one. Back then they only got so many pictures. They had to tell people to stand still for 5 minutes.
Yeah, it was those big Civil War box cameras.
But Casey refers to his friend Jeff as Jeff, Howie Long. Like every time he references him.
Years. Yeah. For years, we have, in fact, there are times.
Howie Long, man, Howie Long looks damn near cryogenically frozen.
He does.
He skipped year 20 to 62. I don't know what kind of blood he's drinking but honestly, my dad, the secret is he just lives clean.
Yeah.
I'm a beer drinking, et cetera guy. And my dad, he's just been like one glass of wine every now and again, gets his sleep, you know, he eats well. He just doesn't have vices, and that must be really nice. That's what you look like if you got good genes and you don't have vices. Well, that dude looks amazing for 62.
You're clearly rocking the same genetics, and obviously the
I'm trying to sandbag myself a little bit.
Listen, we're gonna point people, if they haven't listened yet, to the Greenlight podcast with Chris Long, and you can find it wherever podcasts are available. But we'll definitely send people out, because you're a good guy, and we love having you as as a member of the Philadelphia community because of your time spent.
I love being one. It's the most special place. I mean, I miss it all the time. Just hearing you guys talk about the traffic, so it brings me back to my commute. And we don't have any traffic in my hometown, but I would sit in traffic to drive to work in Philly. I love that city.
Nice. Well, if you come back in town, please visit us, man. We'd love to have you.
No question.
Excellent.
Everybody get well and stay healthy.
Done deal. Thank you. Chris Long, everybody.
Yeah.
Take care.
La 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 la.
That's awesome. So, question, Casey. It's 13 minutes after 10 o'clock. We haven't even done the bizarre.
I know. I moved it. We're gonna have to do that in the next break if you're okay with that, Press.
So that's what we'll do. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a second. B-file, trash, music news, lesson question, all those things will be up next. So stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston
told people about his upbringing.
Yes, Idris. My name is Casey. I produce a show in the States. I almost named my dog Winston.
When you said let him know, I thought you were talking about let my dog know.
I did too. Come here, buddy.
Come here.
You're almost Winston.
Reggie, I almost named
dog. I don't understand what you're saying.
We began Wigapalooza.
I'm very excited.
If you just tuned in, we talked about this a while back. What would Steve look like with a head of realistic human hair, and not goofy looking wigs, actual hair? We want to see what Steve would look like with a realistic looking hairstyle.
These wigs are usually fitted to people's heads, so Steve's got a bigger head. I actually thought his head was a little bit smaller than that.
Should we bring him in?
Yes.
All right, let's have Steve come in and see what the actual. Wow! Dude, oh my God!
You haven't seen it?
Kathy's got to have a mirror.
Get the big mirror from the office.
Steve, you look better bald, man.
Casey, that does look good. You fixed the sides.
Yeah.
Do you know whose hair I immediately think of for some reason? Because
Oh,
Jesus Christ. He looks like Danny Briere's hair for some reason.
Wow.
Am I not wrong about that?
That's
Danny Briere,
right.
formerly of the Flyers.
No,
What? Who are you thinking of? Here, move your microphone over, Steve. So I can...
from bachelor party and
Adrian. Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, how
It's
come
the
there no
profile
sideburn?
that I love.
I guess you have to. Well, I look like a '60s pop star. Hey, everybody.
Yeah. All right. Anyhow.
This is one that's for the ladies.
Yeah.
It's what you call a panty dropper in the biz.
Yeah, Steve, we need a voice with that.
That's right,
wig.
yeah.
What is that the voice?
I need
you
it.
think,
Yeah,
or-
I think that's kind of the name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Or kind of the voice.
The back looks good too, like
Does
the
the back look
neckline.
good?
Yeah, the neckline.
Yeah, the back looks real.
Am I making you wet, baby?
Looks totally real. Somebody says you look like Paul McCartney. Yeah.
Ah, that's right.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody says Phil
I know.
Mickelson or Ralph Macchio.
Well, a little Ralph Macchio.
A little bit.
The Karate Kid on Hard Times.
And by the way, you'll need.
Hey, Mr. Miyagi, how are you?
You'll need.
What the hell happened?
There you go. Yes, Steve's doing the dance moves. And we'll put.
I could walk you home.
Makes me feel fine. Oh, Steve. The hair. Oh my God.
Summer breeze
Nice.
makes me feel
Oh, you've got to watch the webcam. Steve is singing directly to you.
I thought that was beautiful, actually. I have to go pleasure myself.
Hi,
I'm
Brant.
so turned on.
All right, well, let's bring him in and see what we have next. Let's have Steve. He's been out of the studio when he gets. Okay. The color is better on this.
Yes.
I think
I like the dark.
Hey, I'll help.
You look like a stock boy a little
Right,
bit.
yeah. I'll get that for you, Mr. Jones. What do you want me to do with the canoe?
Just put it in the back. Put it in the back.
I'll move that around for you, Mr. Jones. Hey, can I take lunch now?
Every wig has to have a voice.
Right, yeah. Hey, how you doing?
Wow.
My name's Toby. This is a Toby, right?
Yeah, that's a Toby.
Yeah.
Toby.
Is that what it's called?
Toby.
Is that what it's called? Seriously?
No. It's a Toby.
I don't know.
Yeah. It intermatches with the Kunta Kinte.
Well, what was the last one? What should that have been? That was the Danny?
The Danny or the Ricky.
The Ricky.
I like the Ricky.
That was Ricky. With a song for you.
No,
It's Toby.
Toby. Hey,
Yeah.
Toby.
Hey, you need any yard work? You need help? Don, I'll do it. I'm 17.
Should we do a new wig next?
Yes, dude.
Yeah, we only have
Dr. Wig.
We only have 2 more left. Let's bring him in. Let's see Steve's third wig of the morning. Wow, man.
It is the best one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Steve, and that's real hair. What's that?
A little bit of gray.
Just a little salt and pepper in there.
Yeah.
That looks good.
I think he looks like either
I think I'm ready for the boardroom and the bedroom.
I think Richard Gere, maybe.
She said she gave me 3 options: Richard Gere, Regis Philbin, and Eddie Munster.
What?
With the 3 hair.
Well, the one style we had going at first, he looked a little like Eddie Munster.
It's all sewn
Do I
in.
look like in the Cialis commercial? I say the man with the plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do look like the man with the plan.
Yeah, putting some more wind in my sails with Cialis.
Oh, is this the voice?
Yeah.
What's
Kids, we're gonna go mountain climbing and rappelling. And I can get aroused too.
What's a good name for this hair? First thing that comes to your mind.
Chet.
Chet.
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
Chet Wainwright.
All right.
Dr. Chet Wainwright?
Yeah, Dr. Chet Wainwright.
PhD.
Yeah.
What are you a doctor?
Not DDS?
Gynecologist.
Of course.
Of course.
It
The
wouldn't be
ladies
anything
are
else.
stacked too deep
All right,
out there.
now put the headphones on,
Yeah.
and we'll see if this because
Radio chat.
Steve doesn't have sideburns.
I have
and so
no
that's
sideburns,
the one thing
no
that looks a little
eyebrows.
odd.
What happened was that they extracted me from the pod in the Matrix too quickly, and I hadn't fully formed.
I like this the
Put your
best.
headphones on.
All right.
Let's see how this looks.
I have hair over my ears, which is weird.
That looks real,
Let me see.
Steve.
Look at me.
real?
Can you look at me?
Yeah.
Damn, dude.
Wow.
No, it's
Yeah.
not. Wait,
Doctor?
call. Say hey, Steve.
Hey, Steve.
Oh, wait, no. Sorry, you got to do it. Dr. Chet Wainwright.
Hey, Chet.
Right?
Yes. Yes.
All right, do it again.
One more time, ready?
Hey, Dr. Wainwright.
Can I help you, ladies?
Oh my God.
I think we got a yeast situation.
Casey wanted me to play this music. All right, so
It's an African American wig.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah. It's real hair.
Yeah.
It's real hair. I mean, it's like a $1,500 wig, and this particular wig is going to a politician.
All right, somebody who's running for office.
Yeah. So it's a short crop.
Okay.
You know, it's a short crop.
All right.
Yeah, just take a look-see.
All right, Superfly, come on in. Let's take a look and see. Yeah. Yes. Oh, dude, Steve. Oh,
Out of sight.
Yeah. That looks real.
It looks pretty real. I think this looks the realest. Apparently, I would be a really good black dude.
It's a tight curl.
You know what this reminds me of, though? And see if this frames you a little bit. Like Mr. Brady.
A little bit.
A little Mr. Brady in the latter part of the series.
Okay.
Sort of what they would call an Isro.
Yeah. No, you know what it looks like? It looks like my friend Nolan, who's Jewish.
Now, Peter, Bobby, someone broke that vase.
All right. So, other than the Brady affectation, what kind of can you need to look at yourself in the mirror?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take a look and see what name, what voice, what your style is going to be.
Wesley Python.
You like that?
Yes.
I love the name, Wesley Python.
My name's Wesley.
Yeah.
Wesley Python.
So are you kind of? Oh, then they're kind of like a Billy D.
I'm like a Billy D.
Okay.
I'm like a malt liquor drinking.
All right.
Wannabe.
Yeah. Smooth.
Wesley Python. Smooth.
Yeah.
I go down like my ladies.
Hang on, I want to try something else. Yo, Wesley.
Is that good?
No, he's Isaac from the Love Boat.
I'll do it again.
Yeah. Yo, Wesley.
With the headphones on.
Yeah, there we go.
I love
even
it.
better.
Oh, that looks good.
Hey, all you boppers out there.
Oh, that's beautiful.
All right.
Wigapalooza on the Preston Steve Show.
From Funkadelic. Wesley Python with you. Let's get the funk on.
Hey, Wesley, do you have a
Hey,
favorite?
if you want to hear the song, send me a fax.
Do you have a favorite
that'd
so
be
far?
a self-addressed stamped envelope,
Yeah.
probably.
Send a self-addressed stamped envelope, and I'll try to get it on for you in 3 weeks when it arrives.
Do you have a favorite so far?
What was that, little man?
Do you have a favorite wig so far?
Let me see. I'm kind of like, for the one that looks the most real, this one.
Yeah, right.
And the last one. They're both the ones made with human hair. The synthetics, I don't know, man. I'm not feeling it.
I'm thinking the Chet was my favorite.
Chet,
The Chet was good.
I'm the man with the plan.
Last birthday I saw is an actor named Adam Devine. And
Yes.
he was in Pitch Perfect. So,
Yeah.
Casey, I'm sure you got something queued up. Is this him singing?
No, this is actually Ben Platt singing. He took over for Adam Devine because Adam left the band to go be a backup singer for John Mayer, if you recall, in that particular movie.
Okay, so this is the end of the movie, and they do that song Magic.
Yeah.
You love this version of it.
Oh, my
so
God,
that's
dude.
why
I
we're
get so
playing.
filled up.
Thursday, March 31st. But as Casey said earlier, the tickets that we're giving away, or if you have tickets already, they will still be valid Thursday, March 31st.
Excellent. All right. Way late with this, but we have the bizarre file to do, so let's do it.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Okay, Press, I'm going to do the sponsor for the Bizarre File real quick.
Why, thank you, Casey.
It is brought to you by Squeeze.com, the best juice cleanse on the market. Lose inches, drop pounds, feel great, and sleep better. Now, free shipping with code RADIO at checkout.
All right, we'll start with this story out of Australia. Alice was nearly killed by a huntsman spider, but the spider never touched her. It appeared in her car as she was driving, and the shock of it caused her to swerve suddenly, rolling the vehicle and landing her in the hospital.
Wow.
These things are giant. You've seen these before.
They're a nightmare, as is everything else in Australia.
She said, I'm very lucky to be alive. And while there are no statistics for crashes caused by spiders specifically, being distracted is one of the leading causes of car crashes in Australia. According to an expert, when people get startled, their fight or flight reflex can kick in. While it's fairly common to get spiders and their webs on the outside of the car, it tends to be the larger huntsman spiders that are found inside your car.
Oh, that's awesome.
Owen Seaman, that is this guy's name. The collection manager for the Arachnia and Myriapoda at the Queensland Museum, said that that's because huntsman spiders are looking for a good place to rest. Said if you go out in the bush and you see a eucalyptus tree with great shoots of peeling bark on them, that is where you're likely to find huntsman spiders spending the day. It's a nice sheltered place, and it's dry, and they come out at night. And he said, but as soon as a car starts to move, well, what can happen is the huntsman usually hides under the visor.
That's awesome.
I like that.
Doesn't get any better.
And so when the car starts to move and vibrate, and or someone flicks down the sun visor, the spider doesn't feel safe anymore, and it can panic and take off. Now, the guy says that no matter what, the spider is not trying to bite you. It is trying to get away.
Sure.
That what you should do is calmly find a spot to stop the car, get out, and set the car on fire, because that's what I would do. But no, he says you open it up and the spider will find its way out. But if the spider disappears under a seat or somewhere else in the car, it won't move unless it feels threatened again. So you're pretty much screwed if you get one of these in your car.
I like setting it on fire. That works for me. Honestly, the things are nightmares.
One of your only options. All right, moving on to another story. Kent, Washington Mayor Dana Ralph says that her administration badly underestimated the public outrage that would spring from the decision not to fire an assistant police chief who posted Nazi insignia on his office door, embraced the rank of an officer in Adolf Hitler's murderous SS, and joked about the Holocaust. The admission came as Ralph and Police Chief Rafael Padilla issued a somber public mea culpa apology and lengthy video explanation Friday on YouTube.
Sorry.
Reasoning behind the city's decision to discipline Assistant Chief Derek Camarazel by giving him 2 weeks off, which he could take as a vacation, and ordering him to undergo cultural sensitivity training. Ralph and the chief were forced to revisit that decision and called last week for his resignation. So news broke last week after a citizens watchdog group obtained documents from the investigation to public disclosure. I mean, this guy, he was not being subtle about it. So Camarazel, a 27-year Kent police veteran, was targeted for investigation after a detective complained that the assistant chief had posted the rank insignia of Nazi Obergruppenführer over the nameplate on his office door.
Okay.
And referred to himself by that rank, one of the highest in the Third Reich, held by officials who oversaw the slave labor and death camps. The investigation also showed that the man at one point shaved his facial hair into a little Hitler mustache.
Is it possible?
Photographed in lederhosen, apparently giving a stiff-arm Nazi salute during the city's 2019 Oktoberfest celebration.
Is it possible he was attempting to be ironic?
Maybe they missed the irony of the situation. He'd also joked that his grandfather died in the Holocaust by falling drunk out of a Nazi guard tower.
Okay.
So the man wasn't very subtle, and therefore they had readjusted their assessment, and they have since let it.
I also heard, Preston, that he was using a stolen Netflix password.
No.
Yeah, so.
Oh, that's what finally put over the
that's it. Enough.
All right, and we're going to keep this one short because we're so late with it, but I got to go with this one. 2 Florida women each are facing a felony burglary charge after allegedly perpetrating a 3 a.m. glitter attack on a male victim. Investigators say Sarah Franks and Caitlin O'Donovan arrived early yesterday morning at the Clearwater residence of Jacob Colin and began arguing with him while he was standing on his fenced balcony.
So they glittered up Colin?
Franks and Donovan, cops allege, each threw a container of glitter at Colin, who was struck in the upper torso and head. They do not reveal the nature of the argument or the relationship between the parties. But after pelting Colin, Franks climbed over the ground level fence and entered his apartment, where she engaged the victim again by throwing more containers of glitter at him.
I hate glitter.
He then allegedly unlocked the front door to allow O'Donovan to enter the residence. Once inside, O'Donovan threw additional containers of glitter at Colin. Like, how much freaking glitter did they have?
Yeah.
Upon completing the glitter bombing, Franks kicked a window in the residence till it broke. The pair then drove away from the apartment complex. Since it appears Colin was able to identify his assailants, police arrested Franks and O'Donovan about an hour later after the glitter attack. The getaway car, police reported, was tracked back to the duo's home. The auto was, quote, still warm to the touch, and glitter was observed on the inside of the vehicle. Franks and O'Donovan were arrested on a felony charge of burglary with assault or battery, and Franks was also charged with criminal mischief for allegedly breaking Colin's window. And it's a short one, but we will end the bizarre file right there. We have to do today's lesson question. Don't know what it is, don't know what the prize is, so I'm going to turn it over to you guys to handle that part of it.
All right, well, I'll have the question for you, Preston, and then Casey can go over the prizing. So the question is, who is opening for the non-existent band Meth Burrito? Which band is opening for the other non-existent band Meth Burrito?
All right. Okay. 215-263-WMMR. That is the number. And Casey, what are we giving away for?
That's a pair of tickets to see Tracy Morgan live on stage July 16th at 8 p.m. at Ovation Hall in Ocean Casino Resort.
All right. We will be trash while you are calling in. So let's do that.
WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right. While we wait for your call, Steve Morrison with these stories.
It would be my honor. A man who just days ago was arrested attempting to get into Kendall Jenner's home for the second time is already back out on the street. Luckily for Jenner, California law says 31-year-old Arnold Babcock will only get one more chance to kill her, then he must promise to stop.
Hey!
Yay!
John Watts, who directed the wildly successful Spider-Man No Way Home, will direct the final installment in the Final Destination franchise. Watts says the movie will wrap up all the existing plot lines and will be called Final Destination Too Fine to Dest.
Oh, my God.
Doesn't make any sense. And finally, get this is amazing. ABC revealing that 40 of the 43 couples brought together on The Bachelor and The Bachelorette, only 9 are still together. Regardless, the network insists they are still your best chance of securing a 23% shot at finding love. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right. Thank you, Steve. All right, Case, let's see if we can get an answer to the question, if you will, please.
That question again, Nick, is what?
Who was the opening band for the non-existent band Meth Burrito?
Okay, we are going to go to, it looks like John on line 1. John, are you there?
Yeah.
All right, John, do you know the answer to the lesson question?
Hello, Cleveland, we're Blood Eagle!
Yeah! Blood Eagle!
Here we go.
Well done. I like these stage announcements, Sean. Hey, Casey, what did you win?
All right, John, you just won yourself a pair of tickets to see Tracy Morgan live on stage Saturday, July 16th at 8 p.m. at Ovation Hall in Ocean Casino Resort. Tickets are on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. via theoceanac.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
And Music News is brought to you by Primo Hoagies. Big games, big parties. It isn't just football. It's an experience, so don't settle for an average catering tray. Make it Primo. Order in advance and online at primohoagies.com. It's not just a hoagie, it's a Primo.
All right, we're going to start with the band Ghosts and Volbeat. They will be releasing a limited edition double A-side 7-inch featuring each band's contributions to the Metallica Blacklist charity album at their upcoming co-headlining tour. Ghost's cover of Enter Sandman will be on the side G, it says.
Wow.
While Volbeat's Don't Tread on Me will be on side V. I guess that's what they're calling these.
How big is this album?
The 7-inch will be pressed on crystal clear vinyl and limited to only 3,000 units, with 115 copies available at each tour stop on a first-come, first-served basis, limited one per customer. All proceeds will be split between the All Within My Hands Foundation and the charities of the artist's choice. So Volbeat and Ghost have two different charities that they are going to put those contributions to. Megadeth and Lamb of God have added another North American leg to their co-headlining Metal Tour of the Year. The new dates will begin April 9th in Las Vegas. The closest they're going to get, it looks like, will run through May 15th and end up in Allentown. That'll be their final guest.
Son of a bitch.
Final date. And special guest Trivium and In Flames will be on board, and tickets go on sale to the general public on Friday.
Casey, I know you were interested in taking your mom to that. What are the plans if you have to go all the way to Allentown?
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. What day of the week is that again? Because that really informs my decision on whether or not I take her.
You know what? I'm not really sure. We'll have to
look at
that. I mean, if it's a weekend, that way she can rage.
Yeah. A new trailer, we spoke about this earlier this morning, has dropped for Foo Fighters' upcoming horror comedy movie, Studio 666. The band shot the feature-length album with director B.J. McDonnell, and it's based on a story originally written by the band's by Dave Grohl. He wrote the whole thing. So the film's going to open in select theaters coming up February 25th. Tickets are available now, and you can go studio666movie.com. It looks like it's going to be really fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
And last story, Eddie Vedder has unveiled the full track listing to his upcoming solo set called Earthling. And this is according to youdiscovermusic.com. Earthling, which is his first mainstream solo album since 2011's Ukulele Songs. It will come out on February 11th. The album's third single, Brother the Cloud, will be released on Friday, by the way. So hopefully we'll be playing that for you. Backing Eddie on the tour is the star-studded Earthlings, featuring Chad Smith of the Chili Peppers, former Peppers guitarist, now Pearl Jam touring musician Josh Klinghoffer, bassist Chris Chaney, guitarist, vocalist Glenn Hansard, and guitarist Andrew Watt. Yeah.
Preston, his brother
Hansard will serve as the opening shore act. What's that?
Is Brother the Cloud the sequel song to Dog to Bear?
It might be. I don't know.
Dog the Bear.
Here's the full track listing. It goes Invincible, followed by Long Way, Power of Right, Brother the Cloud, Dog to Bear. Fallout.
Next one is
The Dark,
called
The
Dog to
Halves,
Bear.
Good and Evil, Rose of Jericho, Try, Picture, Mrs. Mills, and On My Way.
Wow.
Nick, do any of those titles bring up any thoughts of Eddie Vedder lore, or is it
Nope. No. I'm sure the haves has something to do with like the haves versus the have-nots. So I would have expect a theme there. But I really enjoy Long Way. I think it's a great tune, and we've been playing it since it was released. So if the rest of the record is anything like that song, I'm looking forward to hearing the rest of the tunes.
Excellent. All right, and that's it. So we got news for you. Right. So we'll wrap that. We'll wrap this segment. Casey, you need to mention something?
No, I don't, but you do.
Oh, okay. We need a number caller for the secret text word. We go now to Kathy Romano, live in Conshohocken, for our number caller. What's it going to be, Kath?
Caller 10.
Caller 10!
Caller 215-263 WMMR. The show's been rescheduled, but I'm sure you can make things work for Dirty Honey and Wolfgang Van Halen. So call now, see if you know, designated caller. We'll get a random text or two. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a second, wrapping up the show when we get back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
He's very funny. Good, cool, comedic actor. He was also in a movie that I like a lot, The Intern.
Yep.
And he was in Why Him. He's been in a whole bunch of stuff. So here we go.
All of it, man. Like, it just builds to a crescendo, and these guys, and then the Barton Bellas, and I just get so happy.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
There's also a scene in Madagascar 3.
Oh, my God.
Where I think it's the hippo.
That's when the series hits its stride.
Oh, my God. When the hippo comes out and like, because they're working towards this big show, this big circus, and then the hippo comes out and Firework is playing from Katy Perry, and I got so happy that I started crying.
Listen, it's very impactful. I think even Gene Simmons got a little teary-eyed.
That hippo makes the appearance in Madagascar 3. You need to understand it's the culmination of everything. This very large creature you would not think would be so adroit on the stage wows everyone, including a group of meerkats.
Even kind of, stone-hearted Gene Simmons crumbled to that.
Melted this icy heart. My face, I was smiling so hard, my surgically reattached face slid off my skull.
Oh my
There's another crescendo.
There's an incredible scene where a platypus sings, "I was made for loving you."
What were you going to say?
I can't well, I just know it's at the end of the new Muppets movie that has Jason Segel in it.
Right.
Because they're doing this like telethon to save this theater. Something is it the chickens? I don't know.
What's happening?
Of course, the famous chicken scene.
I get so happy. Yes, they're doing the Gnarls Barkley song.
Oh,
it's F.U.?
Yes.
Okay. When they do that again, I'm so happy that I start crying. I don't know why.
It's just the way
I cry out of happiness sometimes. Back to you, Preston.
From this made you cry? That one did?
I don't know. Maybe I was.
Do you want to bawl like a little girl?
Yeah.
You want to see a chipmunk sing Gnarls Barkley? Now that's incredible.
Oh my God.
It's just a crescendo, and when it gets to that part, I don't know why I'm.
You
so
like
happy.
those? You like those?
Love it.
Tug at the heartstrings.
All right. Well, how about at the end of Coco, where he's singing the song? to the grandmother, Coco. That one puts me in absolute tears. Now, it's a little different than a chicken singing gnarls.
You got to understand, it's a crescendo that builds to that, right? Okay. It's there's a whole like sequence, and it gets to the chicken singing.
Okay, I'm sorry. We have it on the video screen. Now that I see it, yes, wow, what a tearful moment.
Those incredibly talented chickens.
Well, the holiday season begins in earnest when Oprah Winfrey's annual list of favorite things arrives. Showing America all of the wonderful things we probably can't afford this season.
Do you remember how huge this used to be when she would have that episode?
Yeah. And by the way,
in fact, our favorite things when we first did the Christmas Miracle, that's what it was based on.
Yeah.
The original name was Things That Make Us Explode in Our Pants.
That's correct. By the way, Kathy's holiday activities list will be coming sometime soon, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much ready. Marissa and I were talking about it yesterday.
We're waiting on some musical accompaniment for that, so it's on the way.
Strange
My God, that was sexy the way she said that.
Ew, really? Don't ever say that.
But you went, yeah.
That's how I feel about holiday
I know.
activities.
That's what turns you on.
She bites her lower lip like Kristen Stewart.
Yeah.
Activities.
So
Floral and Hardy.
And she followed that up with, ew, don't ever say that.
Because it came from you. That's weird.
I know. And on Wednesday.
I know. Oh my God, I'm so moist. Winter activities. This year including Hanukkah and Ramadan.
All right, and on Wednesday, even the 64-year-old admits that the list has gotten a wee bit out of hand in recent years. She said, these days, choosing my favorite things makes me a little cuckoo. What started as an organic extension of wanting to treat people to some of the things I truly love has turned into an annual list that takes a team to curate. I then go through every item, picking my favorites and narrowing the selection to my own. It's a process, but because it's important to me to remain as true to my original inspiration as possible. My guideline, do I really like it enough to want to receive it myself? So that's how she decides what's going to be on here.
Look at the judgment parameters. She's a multi. What is she, a billionaire now at this point?
Yeah. But she still likes fun stuff.
Yeah.
You know, little
Maseratis.
Yeah, little Maseratis you can play with. Perhaps the most infantile is a onesie sweatsuit for adults, dubbed the jumpsuit. In L.A.,
I already have one.
Onesie, we're running $168.
I have one that has Michael Dukakis' picture on it.
Yes. Like a onesie for grown-ups, this jumpsuit is a pleasure to wear on a long trip because you can curl up in it and still look fresh when you get where you're going. The stripe down the leg sure does slenderize as well, she says.
Hey, have you seen anything that's this year's Snuggie? You remember like a couple of Christmas seasons ago?
I have. Did you see it's like an oversized hoodie sweatshirt?
No, I have not seen it.
That you can kind of like snuggle into.
So like you can pull it all the way up over you and everything?
So you know how like you and I don't do things like this, or like guys, we don't like cuddle up on the couch and crawl up into like a little ball, right? and sit up straight. So it's meant for girls
who bend their knees, and I know
who bend their knees.
So pull the end of it down over like a full blanket. I got you.
Yeah, like kind of put the legs over to the side.
I sit like this with the legs.
Yeah, it's called a huggle. Is that what it's called? Yeah, there it is.
The huggle hoodie.
Huggle hoodie.
Case, go do it on our couch.
I can. I'm not flexible enough to do that.
I can't bend my knees up like that. I do pull my arms into my shirt from time to time, though.
Yeah, you do in meetings sometimes too.
Yeah,
when I found out on
there are a couple things. The hand tuck under the thighs as you're sitting there.
Yep.
I like to build a pillow wall along my sides to keep airflow at a minimum.
Right.
And when you really want to get in cozy mode.
Yeah.
So that way I can sit down and fall asleep during the shows I'm watching.
Yeah, right, exactly. Case, this looks like a good idea for like maybe 3 minutes, and then I just start to sweat and like would not be able to get out of it.
I'm stuck.
I'm dying in here.
Unbend my legs. I'm stuck.
Kathy's like got I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Holy Jesus. I need water.
Start having a panic attack.
Yes. I love when you go, I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
So those are Oprah's, some of her favorite things this year.
Okay.
What about the $1 billion? Is that one of her favorite things? No.
Please welcome the one and only Mr. Mickey Hart.
Yeah.
All right. Morning,
Okay.
Mickey.
Wow, I love the way you did that.
Well, thank you. I love the way you
That was really great. You had rhythm. You had rhythm.
See?
Thank you.
Who could ask for anything more?
Let's get right into that. I love that you love rhythm so much. It's a huge part of your life.
It's everything.
Yeah.
It's not melody and it's not harmony, but it certainly is rhythm.
You were exposed to percussive instruments and rhythm early on. Your dad was well known and well respected. And
I wouldn't go that far.
He was a musician?
He was a musician?
Okay.
I wouldn't go that far.
Oh, really? All right.
But he did dabble.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
More
And
than
then,
dabble,
and then
actually.
you were working in a you had a job and you were
I had a job once.
a jazz club
Once.
Yeah.
A long time ago. I can't remember having the last time I had a job. Just thinking,
You don't call this a
thinking
job?
of the idea of having to have a job just gives me the willies. I mean, what would I do with the job? Oh my God.
You wouldn't be a 9-to-5 guy working the cubicle?
No, I doubt it. But if I had to, I would.
You would.
Yeah, but I don't have to, and I won't.
Yeah.
But so you don't view what you do as a job?
Oh
work.
no, it's a service. It's a service industry. I mean, that's what music is all about. You know, you provide a place where people can come.
What I saw this morning is high temperatures barely making it into the 20s, if that.
Woof.
We do have that cold stuff coming very, very soon. Exactly. So, nonetheless, but thank you for being a part of today's program. It's a little bit different today as I'm broadcasting from home, and so is Kathy for a couple different reasons. And we'll have some better equipment hookups tomorrow. We kind of had to slap it together as I didn't know I was going to be until last night. So, Kevin, Bill had some nice compliments. He stopped off during the break and threw in his 2 cents, so that's always nice to hear. But I want to thank our guest, Chris Long.
Yeah, man. Good dude.
Yeah, Chris was awesome. And he has podcast. Casey, do you remember? I don't have my info sheet. It was called Green
Light.
Green Light. Thank you. But we had like a 40-minute conversation with him, and he's just so easy to talk to. Super nice guy. Misses this area big time, so maybe he'll be popping in for a visit sometime down the road, which is cool. So, and I guess we need to get a winner for the secret text word. We were looking for caller number 10. So, Case, you'll have to handle that if you would, please.
Yeah, I got you. We have Bill on line 4. Bill, are you there?
Fire truck.
Fire truck. All right, we have that. Fire truck. All right, Bill, do you know what the secret text word was today?
That would be paper.
All right, Bill, we just, that was his name, right? Yeah, we just threw Bill on hold, and yes, paper was the secret text word today. And Bill has won a pair of passes, a pair of tickets to see Dirty Honey and Mammoth Wolfgang Van Halen. That show was supposed to be on Tuesday.
Right.
It has been moved back into March. These tickets will be honored then. And then also Peter Reed from Springfield, Pennsylvania. I don't know if that's Delco or Monco, but Springfield, Pennsylvania. Peter Reed is also going to win tickets to see these guys, and it's going to be at the Fillmore. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster, and you can also tune in this weekend for WMMR concert warm-up as we prepare for a flurry of winter rock concerts other than this one that was just postponed.
All right. Thank you very much, Case, for handling that. So I guess the other thing we need to do is letter of the day, correct?
Yeah.
All right, let's fire that up.
Okay. Oh, God damn it.
Opening.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
I don't know what happened.
I just went right back into that Dirty Honey song.
Today's Preston and Steve show, Casey, has been brought to you by the letter
C, as in Chewbacca.
Chewbacca's.
And so that's letter 3 of the 5-letter word, and you're trying to win a Book of Boba Fett Super Prize Pack, including a 65-inch LED smart TV, a 1-year subscription to Disney Plus, and an action Boba Fett Starship die-cast vehicle vehicle, Boba Fett talking action figure, and a Boba Fett voice-changing mask. Steve, I know you want one of those.
I want one of these.
And this is from Lucasfilms and Disney Plus presenting the new original series, The Book of Boba Fett. New episode comes out today.
Yes.
Following the legendary bounty hunter Boba Fett and mercenary Fennec Shand as they navigate the galaxy's underworld and return to the sands of Tatooine, now streaming only on Disney Plus.
All right, 2 more letters, and we give that prize away on Friday. We need to thank our sponsors in case you're going to have to.
Where are those at?
You got to see how Casey's just like jumping to every station on your side of the board, Preston. He's doing a great job.
All right. Well, I appreciate that, Steve. Thank you. I'm doing an okay job. But today's show is brought to you by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show, as well as Acme. Download the Acme app to see all your new deals, rewards, and perks today. Visit acmemarkets.com for details. And it's also brought to you by Jurassic Quest, coming to Philadelphia, January 15th through the 23rd, and you can get tickets at JurassicQuest.com.
Excellent. All right. Thanks, Case. So on tomorrow's program, we'll be doing a similar format as this, but maybe sounding a little bit better than we had today, but we appreciate your patience. Tomorrow we have a guest. His name is Nims Persia. So there is a Netflix special called 14 Peaks where he climbs the 14 tallest peaks in the world in a ridiculously short amount of time, and these climbing docs are incredible.
I love them. I've
not seen this one yet, but Steve, you had a chance to check it out?
Just a little bit, and I'll tell you this: he's amazing. The time frame, the time constraint is amazing. Listen, it's a whole other type of person and a whole other type of world. I'm perpetually fascinated by this kind of stuff.
Yep. All right, so that is it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great day. And Mr. Pierre Robert will take care of you next. We will see you tomorrow, friends. Bye-bye.